You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live on Friday, February 26th, around 11:30 p.m. from Champaign, Illinois. My name is Jesse Reichler. Greg has the night off. Today we are continuing our playthrough series of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box entitled The Baker Street Irregulars. We're up to case 3 here, which is called The Three Customers. Here's the case book and the newspaper. I am not going to explain how to play. You can watch the previous 2 cases for the rules. I'd love if someone could comment if there is anyone here watching. Could let me know if the audio and video are coming through okay. So we'll just take our little break here while we see if anyone is online with us. Otherwise, we'll just jump right into it. The first 2 cases were phenomenal, by the way. These are cases written by Dave Neal. This is there's the box of these cases that we're playing. And Dave has actually been kind enough to respond to the first 2 playthroughs that we posted on Board Game Geek. And he actually had a couple of comments about this case, about case 3. So let's start there. So Dave says that case 3 is somewhat divisive. Some people love it, and some people get stuck and have a bad experience. So we're going to keep our eye open for that, and hopefully we will fall into the category that don't get trapped. So shall we start and open up and read our case here, The Three Customers. Case 3, Wednesday, September 21st, 1887. And I've got the paper for September 21st. As a reminder, the first 5 cases in the box are all unrelated. They all have their own newspaper. The last 5 are sort of connected. So this one is by itself. Okay, here we go. Case 3. The Three Customers. The Diogenes Club, of which Holmes' brother Mycroft was one of the founding members, is one of the most unusual clubs in London. While most clubs enable members to socialize, the Diogenes is for those who desire a space for reading and thought but have no wish to interact with their fellow man. Sounds wonderful, by the way. Curiously, we have been summoned to the club by Simpson, one of the Irregulars, and we are shown into the strangers' room, the only room in the club where talking is allowed. Mycroft is seated in a large red armchair, an expression of intense worry on his face, and Sherlock Holmes is next to him, deep in thought. Simpson is crouched on a nearby chaise lounge, studying some scraps of paper. "Lads," said Simpson as we enter, "an important file has been stolen, and we need to find it." Mycroft nods. "Time is of the essence," he says. "The file to which Mr. Simpson refers is a top-secret government document, and it would be disastrous if it were to fall into the wrong hands. I cannot give details about what it contains, but it must be recovered." "How was the file stolen, Mr. Holmes?" asks Wiggins. "Today," replies Mycroft, "represents one of the rare occasions in which I was careless and lapsed in my duties to Her Majesty's government. At midday, I was seated in a small room at the back of the Diogenes with windows that look out onto Carlton House Terrace. I am, I admit, somewhat prone to doze in the early afternoon, and today was no exception. I awoke with a start to find the small room filled with smoke. Barely able to breathe, I undid the catch on the window near me and threw it open, then did the same for the one adjacent. The smoke dissipated within a few minutes, and I noticed the file had gone. I realized with horror that someone had reached in and taken it once I had opened the first window, at the base of which I found some pieces of burnt matches and newspaper. The window had been open about an inch when I fell asleep, and the thief had clearly held smoking papers through the opening until the room filled with smoke. The windows are in an alcove on the street, so the thief would have been hidden from passers-by. I looked more closely at the burnt newspapers and matches. And here we have a little view of the burnt. Simpson passes us the piece of paper he has been examining. Looks like just a snippet from the Times newspaper, probably from today, unless that's some sort of decoy. I turned my attention to the matches and realized from the red tinge that they were the homemade ones sold by Mr. Simpson here. I found him selling his matches in his usual spot at the corner of Regent Street and Piccadilly Circus, and asked him for a list of customers who had bought matches that day. I told him to arrange for you to meet me at the Diogenes. Then I came back to the club to inquire about people matching Simpson's descriptions who had been seen nearby at the time of the theft. 3 individuals who bought matches from Simpson were in or near the club. A lady with a bright blue hat and a yellow handbag, a big man in overalls with a large bag of tools, and a man in an orange cravat who was carrying a briefcase. Simpson, perhaps tell us what you know of these 3 customers. The man in the orange cravat, says Simpson, came from the east along Piccadilly and briefly stopped outside the Criterion Club. When he got to me, I saw he had a newspaper in a coat pocket. Then he went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. The woman in the blue hat came from the west along Piccadilly. I noticed she had a newspaper tucked under her arm and also went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. The man in the overalls came from Shaftesbury Avenue. He had a large bag with a newspaper sticking out of the top. He went down the side of London Library and then towards St. James Square. And from my inquiries at the Diogenes, said Mycroft, I discovered that the man in the cravat came into the club to inquire about membership and said his name was Lincoln Mabry. He wandered the club freely until 12:46 p.m., when he got into a hansom cab that went up Regent Street. There is a door from the club onto Carlton House Terrace, so he could have gone out of that door and to the window of my room, then re-entered once he had the file. As for the movements of the other 2 suspects, I have information from a street hawker by the German embassy who I consider entirely trustworthy and a meticulous timekeeper. You mean he is a government operative, said Sherlock. If you insist on being so explicit, Sherlock, Mycroft replies. He saw the lady with the blue hat at the corner of the Diogenes Club on Carlton House Terrace at 12:48 p.m., from where she headed to St. James Park. He also saw the man in overalls come from Waterloo Place and turn down Carlton House Terrace at 12:26 p.m., and it is possible he entered the German embassy or the Carlton Club, both of which have entrances on Carlton House Terrace. Isn't it odd the thief bought the matches so near the club on the day of the theft? Asks Wiggins. Not at all, replies Mycroft. Knowing how such operations work, I imagine those responsible had various alternative plans for how to take the file. This specific means of acquisition was probably only decided on within an hour or so of the theft, perhaps only once they knew I was in the club. Also, the thief may have assumed the matches and paper would burn away entirely, leaving no clue as to where they had been purchased. Wiggins nods and then says, "Could you describe the file, Mycroft?" It is about 12 inches by 7 inches and an inch thick. It would fit in a case or an adequately sized lady's handbag, but could not be concealed in clothing except a very large coat. It is blue with a gold clasp. And what time was it taken? I judge the theft to have occurred sometime between 12:40 and 12:50 p.m. Well, Mycroft, the younger Holmes responds, this is a pickle you have gotten yourself into, but we will endeavor to rescue you from it. My irregulars are quick and cunning and well suited to this type of work. Mycroft turns to us. Take these items. This is a fake file containing misinformation. At a minimum, I hope you can recover the file. But it would be truly a service if you could somehow exchange it for this one. And this parchment here is a warrant, signed by a senior member of the government. It should convince people to talk to you and will allow you to call on the assistance of the official police if necessary. And in this purse you will find more than enough money to fund your investigation. Oh, and one more thing. Be aware the thief will expect to be followed. So then we've got some special instructions for this case. Already, we're in for a challenge. And you're in for a challenge at home because there are a lot of details about what streets they were up and what time. So this is going to be a rough one to watch. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's read the special rules for this case that are going to make this even more challenging and interesting. Your aim in this case, so this is a little red note. Your aim in this case is simply to identify which of the three customers is the thief, and then to recover the stolen file or enable the police to recover it. For maximum points, you need to replace the file with the fake file. If you cannot find the file, you can end the case at any time by turning to the questions, and you will get points for how much you know about the file's location. For this case only, you can spend the money from Mycroft to buy or hire items or to take trains out of London. That's a shocker. I have no idea how that's going to work. Okay, it says, write 2:30 p.m. at the top of your notes now. So it's currently we're going to need good notes for this case, I'm afraid. 2:30 p.m. Okay, and it's Wednesday the 21st. This is when our case starts. If you take a train, you will be asked to note a new time based on when the train leaves and how long the journey takes. Some journeys are very long. You can never take a train that leaves earlier than the time written down on your notes. So time is going to pass during this case. So events might happen, people might get away. However, it says, note the following points. Every numbered entry you read counts as a lead for scoring unless you are told otherwise. It is important to accurately track your number of leads. So normally we're sort of loosey-goosey about tracking leads we follow because we don't care about score. But we're probably going to have to be a little more careful this time because we may come across something that says if you've taken more than 15 leads, then this person has gotten away or the train left. So we're going to keep track a little better. So I'm going to, I have a separate piece of paper here. I'm going to keep track 2:30 p.m. And I'm going to keep track of every lead we follow. So lead 1 will be our first lead here. The travel time scale on the map, which is here, applies to travel by foot. Travel time by cab will vary, but will be faster. There are numerous ways you can recover the file, and no matter what happens, how many leads you follow, or how late in the day it gets, there will always be a way you can recover the file or enable the police to recover it. So that's fantastic. So this is actually kind of exciting. And, you know, props to Dave Neal it seems like this is sort of a compromise between, you saw when we played Mythos Tale, there was a hard limit on the time you had. And that's a little frustrating because I like to take my time. This game seems to be suggesting there may be multiple ways you could end this case. Maybe if you're fast and efficient, you can end it with the best ending early. And maybe if you're slow and plodding, you could still get the file, but you may have to, like, it may be at the end of the day, may not be as good an ending. So that's exciting. But boy, that list of people and what road they went down, that sounds like we're going to have to keep some detailed notes, which is a little hard to do when you're doing it live. Okay, so there's our case. Let's take a look at our newspaper now. And then we'll come back and look for clues in the case. So shall we recap what he's basically... First of all, here's a pause. You can download, if you search for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the Baker Street Irregulars, they made these files. I don't know if they made all of the case files, but they made the map available online. So you could go and download the PDF of the map, which I've downloaded on a tablet in case we need to zoom in and stuff. But you can actually download the map if you want to try to follow along and keep notes. And this is your reminder, like Mickey Mouse Club, like go get your pen and paper. Okay, so to recap, Mycroft, who works for the government, and he's like a spy, he said he had a dossier file. He was at the club. He fell asleep. He thinks someone could get into the window enough to stick a burning piece of paper, filled the room up with smoke. Mycroft opened the windows to let the smoke out and was opening another window here and there. And when the smoke cleared, he went and saw that someone had opened the windows fully. Now that he opened the windows, now that they could get the windows open, they reached in, they grabbed the file and left. When he went and examined outside the window, he found matches and burned newspaper. He recognized the matches were sold by one of our little street kids, Baker Street Irregulars. He knew they were homemade matches. That's how you made a living as a kid back in London in the 1800s. He made homemade matches. So he traced Simpson, the match seller, and he said, who bought these matches? I assume they were bought today because the newspaper was also from today. Maybe it was from today. So Simpson says, well, there are 3 people that bought today that I think might be potentially the people. They all had newspaper with them. And this is the eponymous. These are the 3 customers. And he names 3. He says there was a woman in blue, and he says what road she came in and what road she left. There was a man in overalls with tools, or a large bag at least. Tells how he came and bought and he left. He also had a newspaper. And then there was a man in an orange cravat. Tells how he came and bought the matches and left. He also had a newspaper. And then there's a little extra piece of detail, which is the one in the orange cravat we have more information about, because he actually came into the club that day, gave his name, and went for a tour. And then there's some more details that we'll get to when we check that out. All right, let's take a breath and look at today's newspaper. So we've got some births. Those are rarely important. 15th at 52 Avenue Road to the wife of Maurice Derenberg, a daughter. Then there were 2 marriages at Emmanuel Church. It lists the reverend who married these people. Deaths on the 5th of September at his residence at 30 Berkeley Square, Bristol. Ira Black, aged 80 years. On the 17th, which is 4 days ago, at his home in London, Ernest Tafson, aged 62. On the 16th, in a tragic accident, John Oppenshaw of Horsham, age 22. Okay. Storm causes disruption and damage. On Tuesday, from midday until approximately 5 p.m., the country was visited with repeated and copious amounts of rain, accompanied by a tremendous gale. There was disruption to travel in all areas, although the west of the country was most severely affected. In certain parts, the wind caused dislodging of slate from roofs and the prostration of trees. The conditions have now abated, and already a sterling effort has been made to address the damage and return services to their normal functioning, although it may be a number of days before such work is completed. Miscellaneous. Scampy and Son Plumbing, all work done with diligence and attended to punctually, 36 New Oxford Street, WC. The Times is now available for purchase from Tomlin's Food Stall outside the Criterion Club. Water gas lamp for sale. The patent rights can be made to give an intense heat for smelting and heating purposes. Inquiries to Mr. Crawley, Grand Hotel, before 1:15 p.m. sharp on September 21st. Buttons for sale. Many colors. Miss D. Jadu, 17 Southeast. A kennel has working tracking dogs for hire. Breeds for herding, tracking, and other such uses. 23 Southeast. Barker's Detective Agency announces visiting expertise in the devising and successful reading of secret messages and other forms of clandestine communication. 66 High Street, WC. For sale, men's shoes in many styles suited to the city gentleman or country squire. Yap Shoemakers, 83 Southeast. A rare and diverse collection of curiosities from the Orient, including carvings and jeweled items, are available for sale from Mr. Willow's, 40 EC. Nighttime Telegraph Station, 37 EC. Tonight at the Lyceum at 7 p.m., Miss S. Pierce will delight and amuse with the hilarious antics for which she is renowned. Then we've got a little ad for Bicycle Shop. Cycledom Limited, makers to the trade, 85 Blackfriars Road, Southeast. English cycles at special prices, 50% saved. 500 ladies, gents, and juveniles, guaranteed quality, prices from £5. Day hire available at good price. And we've got an ad here for the Royal Jubilee exhibition in Manchester. The Royal Jubilee exhibition at Old Trafford in Manchester continues to attract a substantial number of visitors. Over 65,000 persons were recorded to attend on September 6th, and in total millions have attended since the exhibition was opened in May by Princess Alexandra, the Princess of Wales. The exhibition halls were constructed in the Royal Botanical Gardens and were designed by architects Maxwell and Tuke, previously known for their work on Cambridge Hall in Southport and the Southport Winter Gardens. Temporary sidings for Manchester South Railway Junction provide a means of direct access for visitors arriving by train. Tobogganing slides and an amusement area have increased the attraction of the exhibition to the public visitor. Manchester Constabulary have ensured the area is adequately patrolled with police officers, and reports suggest that there have been very few incidents of crime at the exhibition and in the vicinity. All indications are that the exhibition has been an unprecedented success, and the residents of Manchester will not be considered amiss for expressing great pride in their city for hosting such a gift to the country. As an aside, 5th Jubilee. Do you know what that is? Not 5th Jubilee. It's the Royal Jubilee. I kind of gave it away a little bit. But do you know what a Royal Jubilee is? I believe that'll be like the 50th anniversary of someone. Not the princess, maybe of the princess or of the queen. I think that's a real thing. Okay, continuing with the newspaper. I can see already this newspaper is going to be a little different than our previous ones because we're almost done reading it. I'll explain why in a second. Okay, so now we have a picture here. Wanted, Archibald Clam may also go by the names Carlton Lonsdale, E. Hamill, or Nick Collins, a man of depraved moral character who must be considered to present a considerable danger to life. Mr. Clam is known to have traveled to London on September 10th. Anyone with information on his whereabouts should send a telegram to Norwich Constabulary. Cost is covered. There's a little photo of him here. To the editor of the Times, here's a letter to the newspaper. Sir, I have been in the fair city of London for just 1 week, staying at the Grand Hotel, and it is the first time I have had the pleasure, one which I now consider dubious, of visiting our nation's capital. While my business was conducted summarily, I have found the behavior of the city's residents distinctly unwelcoming to one from northern climes such as myself. I think it is time Londoners learnt to appreciate that the achievements of our great nation have not arisen from their city alone. I return to Liverpool tomorrow, and with a new respect for my home city. Yours, Marmaduke Crawley. All of the letters to the newspaper are sort of cranks complaining about something. Okay, here's a report on flooding at the German embassy. The German embassy was closed yesterday afternoon after becoming flooded with an excess of water, rendering the majority of the premises unusable. It appears that a section of piping became loose overnight, perhaps somehow affected by Tuesday's storm, and sent a substantial torrent of water into a central hallway and from there into the other rooms. The night porter identified the issue at 1:30 a.m. and summoned emergency assistance. The flooding was eliminated shortly afterwards. However, the embassy is expected to be operating from a limited number of rooms over the coming week, while the plumbing network is tested and repaired and the fixtures and furnishings which sustained damage are replaced. Okay, and now here's where this newspaper gets a little different. Let's have a look. Okay, most of the rest of the newspaper, in fact, almost half of it, are train timetables. They're train timetables for the different stations in London. Victoria Station, Euston Station, Waterloo Station, Liverpool Station, and Charing Cross. These are all going to be on the map. And they're going to be relevant for us. So it looks like we've got the complete timetables for each station. And maybe I can zoom in here to give you a, well, not much, huh? I don't have my other camera connected for reasons we'll see in a minute. So it's basically every station has its time schedule from 6:30 a.m. So, for example, Victoria Station, a train leaves for Portsmouth via Guildford, and it goes until the last train, which is at 6:30 p.m. They're all similar. This goes from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. and so on. And I can see from a glance that they repeat here. So here's Portsmouth via Guildford at 6:30 a.m. And then again at 2:44 p.m. there's another train running Portsmouth via Guildford. I don't know if they all repeat, but here's some repeating. Here's 5:20 to Manchester, and then again at 8 is Manchester. Oh, this time it says Manchester via Stoke-on-Trent. And here again, Manchester via Stoke-on-Trent. And then here's Manchester. Maybe that's an express. So we've got schedules for every train station, and they repeat. And remember that the introduction said that we could actually take a train and time would pass. Some of these trains could take a long time to get places. All these places are out of London. So presumably if we take one of those trains, I'm not sure how that would work. I guess we'll find out later. And then we've got the last little entry in our newspaper. As if all these details and times aren't complicated enough, here's a little item in the newspaper. It says, notice, rail delays expected. Yesterday's inclement weather conditions have resulted in damages to parts of the rail network and a number of expected delays. There are delays of half an hour on the Cambridge to Norwich line. There are currently delays of 1 hour on the Victoria to Brighton and Waterloo to Brighton lines. Delays of half an hour expected on the Birmingham to Liverpool line due to debris on the tracks. There are unconfirmed reports of delays up to an hour on the Swanley to Dover line. Unconfirmed reports, okay. Delays of half an hour are expected on the Chelmsford to Ipswich line due to signal failures. And then yesterday's delays on the Waterloo to Southampton line via Basingstoke, the Stoke-on-Trent to Liverpool line, and the Ipswich to Felixstown line have all now been cleared and normal services resumed. So we've got delays on today's trains, different times for different stations, not just for different stations, different lines, and for different reasons. Then we've got some delays for today that are unconfirmed. And then we've got some delays for yesterday, which are now fixed. So, yeah. So this looks a little like sounds like it's a little bit like it's going to be a constraint satisfaction problem where we're going to be like, okay, this rules this person out. But beyond that, because we're going to have to like get to certain places to try to swap the file if we want. So this one we may have our hands full and we may get our note-taking ability tested. So is that right that we haven't been on for an hour? No, we haven't been in for an hour. We've been less than a half hour. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break here for you guys to get your pen and paper, maybe download the map if you want to follow along with the map. And we'll come back after a 5-minute break. Okay, we're back. Playing Case 3 of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, The Baker Street Irregulars. Case 3 entitled The Three Customers. As a little additional note, Dave Neal has been kind enough to comment on our previous playthroughs. And if you'll remember, on our last playthrough, we caught a little thing in the newspaper. And we talked about how it was an item in the newspaper that wasn't in the directory. And we talked about how was it odd that there was an address in the newspaper and not in the directory, and how I rationalized it as it was a new shop open, not yet in the directory. And Dave actually commented and said that the way he considers the directory is it's an imperfect directory. Back in those days, it's not so surprising that it might be that the directory might not be 100% up to date. So we're going to approach the rest of the cases, always operating under the assumption that if something's not in the directory, the address may still be found in the newspaper in some fashion. And that's a good thing to keep in mind when you play these cases. One, I already saw a couple things jump out at me from the newspaper. But let us return to our description of where everything was and place markers. I've got a bunch of markers here this time because I think we might need more. And I even went and found some little stickers I have, removable stickers, and maybe we'll put these on the map. I'm going to put this aside for now. Let's go back to the case. This case may really tax our abilities here. All right. So he's at the Diogenes Club, which we can probably figure out where it is based on all these other things, but let's look it up. The Diogenes Club is at 8 Southwest. So if you remember, what we do is we've been using the pink cubes to track leads that we haven't yet gone to. Looks like there it is, in the Diogenes Club. You can actually even see it here. It says the Diogenes Club, and it's a red location. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to track over on this piece of paper actual leads we follow, and then this is going to be for my notes. So 8 Southwest is the Diogenes Club. We may have to take our time with this one to make sure it's okay. You just go to sleep. Put this on in the background. There's no need to actually pay attention. Okay, so he's sleeping in the Diogenes Club. All this happens. He's napping. Okay, then someone outside. I've got my glasses here. It looks like there's a little alley here. Oh yeah, there's Carlton House Terrace. All right, I'm going to try something here. Let's see if this works. Since you guys are going to have a very hard time seeing some of these details, let's see if this is going to work. Oh, how's that, huh? How's that for fancy? Okay, so there's the map. And let's zoom in to where all this stuff is happening. So it is there. How's that for fancy? Okay, so there's the Diogenes Club right there in the center of our screen. Okay. God knows I'm a computer programmer, but I'm terrible at this technology stuff, so who knows how long this is going to work. But there's the Diogenes Club, and there you can see between the Diogenes Club and the German Embassy is Carlton House Terrace, which gets mentioned in our story, so we'll come back to that in a second. Okay, so he's sitting in the Diogenes Club, I really wish I could indicate stuff for you with this pen, but it's not, I know it's not going to be smooth. Well, let's just try it. So there's the Diogenes Club where Mycroft is. And this stuff's going to be just cluttering up the screen, but we'll give it a try. Okay, so it gets stolen. He realizes the matches are sold by Simpson. He goes, tracks down Simpson. Okay, and now this is where things are going to get a bit messy because Simpson tells us about the 3 customers. Okay. So Mycroft says Simpson was selling his matches in his normal place at the corner of Regent Street and Piccadilly Circus. So now where is Regent Street and Piccadilly Circus? Are we going to be able to find that? Is it nearby? Let's see, maybe you guys can help me find it. Unfortunately, I have to get out of the screen writing. What if we say save it? Okay. All right, doesn't help us. So whatever I write on here, if I had opened this in a proper, if it wasn't a PDF, I could have written on this as we went. That's a shame, but okay. I see Piccadilly Hotel. Piccadilly Circus and Regent Street. It's going to be nearby, right? Let me zoom out so you guys can help me find it. So we're looking for... There's Piccadilly Circus, is this green street above where we are. So we're just, okay, there's Regent. So Piccadilly and Regent is right there where St. James Hall is. I wish I could, maybe, if I had realized this ahead of time, I could have brought this in a way that I would, okay, in a way that would let me draw on this better, but I didn't, so I can't. Okay, so Piccadilly Circus and Regent Street. I'm going to put a mark here. And I'll zoom out so you can see it better. There's Piccadilly and Regent. That's where Simpson is selling stuff. Right, so Piccadilly and Regent, which doesn't really have a location, but it's not important. And that's where Simpson sells cigarettes. We don't need to go there or anything. It's just useful to know that this is where these 3 customers all passed through. That's where he sells his matches. All right, now let's look at what he says about the 3 customers. First of all, let's make a little notepad for each of the potential customers, right? So here the first woman he says is the lady in blue. Lady in blue hat and yellow bag. Okay. So what does he say about her? He says, okay, first of all, let's write these down. There's a lady in blue hat and yellow bag, then a big man in overalls. Okay. With tools. So he does have tools. And then we've got the orange cravat man. What's a cravat? Is it some like a bow tie type thing, like a scarfy bow tie? Is that what it is? Like that fancy people wear? and he has a briefcase. They all have a bag in which they could store the file. All right, those are our 3 customers. All right, so first he describes the man in the orange cravat. He says he came, I'm going to write on this. So I have these, here's a little advertisement for you about these ballpoint pens. They're called friction pens. They're erasable ballpoint pens, and they are phenomenal. They look like and they feel writing like regular pens, but you can erase them. And here's a little mystery. If you want to know how they erase, we discovered a fascinating we discovered how they erase by accident. So you write, right, and then it's got this little rubbery eraser that you erase. Now, how might you might guess how they erase. Maybe when you erase, you're scraping off the surface ink. But it turns out if you hold a piece of paper that you've written on up to some heat, the ink disappears. So it's like some heat sensitive thing. And when you're erasing, I think you're generating heat on top of the ink and causing it to erase. So how's that for a real mystery being solved? All right. Okay, so the man in the cravat came from the east, which is this way, along Piccadilly, stopped outside the Criterion Club. Okay, there's the Criterion Club. Can you see that there? So he came from the east, stopped at the Criterion Club, which I will remind you, our newspaper, I remember, said that the Times is now being sold at the Criterion Club. Here is the little entry here. It says, the Times is now available for purchase from Tomlin's food stall outside the Criterion Club. Okay, something to keep in mind. All right, so he stopped at the Criterion Club. Let's make a note. We're going to have to take a lot of notes this game. I'm sorry, this is just the way this is going to have to go. So cravat guy. Is someone going to look up in the comments and tell us? Cravat says stopped at Criterion Club, which is 3 Southwest. And he came from the east. We probably want to note the different stations too, but we'll worry about that later. Stopped at the Criterion Club, then he came and bought the matches from Simpson. Then he went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. So he came down this way, bought the matches, and then went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. Okay. Might be nice to draw on that. It would be better to draw on this map. Maybe if we take a 10-minute break at some point, I can figure out how to extract this image at high resolution and bring it into the drawing program. All right, let's look at our next person. Then towards our club. Does he say when that happened? He doesn't say. He doesn't say when that happened. Okay, now he talks about the woman in blue. The woman in blue came from the west on Piccadilly. So Cravat came from the east on Piccadilly. The woman came west on Piccadilly. Okay. She had a newspaper. She also went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. So he doesn't say anything about her stopping anywhere. She just came from the other direction and then also went down Regent Street. Then down Regent. Okay. Now let's look at the next guy. The man in overalls came from Shaftesbury. Let's see if we can see where Shaftesbury is. Where is Shaftesbury? He says, came from Shaftesbury, large bag, then he went down the side of London Library towards St. James. Well, I see St. James. It's in the bottom left of our screen here. And where is Shaftesbury? Actually, there's two St. James. There's St. James Place, and then there's St. James Square, which is now exactly in the center. Shaftesbury. Zoom out a little bit here. Does anyone see Shaftesbury yet? In the comments, Zach says cravat, not to be confused with cravette, which many people eat instead of tying around their neck. So cravat is something you wear around your neck. Okay, Shaftesbury, Shaftesbury, Shaftesbury. Okay, there's Shaftesbury Avenue. It's right above our Apollo Theater there. Shaftesbury Avenue. So our guy in the overalls comes down Shaftesbury, buys the cigarettes, so comes down Shaftesbury. Let's see, this is not the efficient way to do this, but comes down Shaftesbury, buys his cigarettes here, and then went down the side of London Library. So either still down here or this way. But still in the general direction. He doesn't say down the side of London Library. Could be either side, but perhaps he's been telling us the rest of them went down Regent Street, so maybe it makes sense that he's talking about them going down this way this time. Which is still towards the Diogenes Club. Okay. Towards St. James Square, right, which is, again, now I have to cancel this, discard. Okay, so there's St. James Square here in the middle, right below London Library, on their way to Diogenes. So I don't know why he assumes. Like, he assumed he was going to St. James Square, but I guess that means... Okay, so that confirms, though, that he was going down the other side of London Library, not directly towards the Diogenes. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. So we've got our three people. We've got one of them stopped at the Criterion Club. Everyone else just walked by, bought the matches, had a newspaper, and continued on in the general direction of the Diogenes Club. Okay. Now we're told our additional information is the orange cravat guy came to the club. We have a name for him because he stopped in at the Diogenes Club for a tour. His name, or at least the name he gave, was Lincoln Mabry. Lincoln Mabry. He wandered, so he's at the Diogenes until 12:46 p.m., a little past noon. They don't say when he came in, but he wandered until 12:46, so maybe around noon, a little past noon. All right. Then, when he leaves at 12:46, he gets in a cab. Right? This is a cab, it will be Horse's cab. So we'll definitely want to talk to the cabbies. And the cab goes up Regent Street. So back the way he came. And now he says something interesting that's, let's see if we can parse. He says there's a door from the club into Carlton House Terrace. And if we zoom in here on this map, I wanted to point this out to you. There's what he's saying. There's the Diogenes Club, and there's Carlton House Terrace. So he says here, there's a door from the club onto Carlton House Terrace. So he could have gone out that door to the window of his room, then caused all this smoke, and then come back into the club and said, oh, thanks for the tour, goodbye. Because Mycroft says the theft, I guess we should put this in our notes. We ask Mycroft when he thinks it occurs, and he says the theft was between 12:40 and 12:50. So basically, he thinks the theft occurred right during that window was when this guy finished his tour and left. Finished his tour alone, just wandering alone. So this guy was in the club around when all this happened, right? That's his estimate. So if we're looking at our times schedule, the theft was between 12:40 and 12:50. That's a nice 10-minute window. The cravat guy leaves at 12:46. So he leaves right in that window. All right, we've got some other time stuff in here. Mycroft talks about his fellow spies, or his fellow government workers, spies, and gets some additional information from them about timing. The lady with the blue hat was at the corner of Diogenes and Carlton House Terrace. So she's at Diogenes and Carlton Terrace. She's spotted there at 12:48 p.m. and then headed from there to St. James Park. So she is also directly in the area at the time of the crime. 12:48 at Terrace. Okay, so she's also spotted right there when we think the crime happened. Now the overalls guy was also spotted by this spy. And he spotted he says, he also saw the man in overalls come from Waterloo Place. He turned down Carlton Terrace. So we can see on our map, there's Waterloo Place. Right? Sorry. There's Waterloo Place in the center. He came down and hit the corner of Waterloo and Carlton Terrace at 12:26 p.m., a little early. And then his spy says he may have entered the German embassy or the Carlton Club, which you can see is on the bottom left of our screen. So in our timeline list here, I'm writing down the theft occurred between 12:40 and 12:50. The cravat guy is seen leaving at 12:46. The lady is seen 12:48. And then our overalls guy is seen at 12:26. So he may have entered the German embassy. So let's put a little marker there. 29 Southwest. That's the German embassy. Sorry, that's not 29 Southwest. That's just 9 Southwest. Or the Carlton Club. So the guy in the overalls could have gone into any of those places. And the Carlton Club is 7 Southwest. 7 Southwest, 9 Southwest. The Diogenes Club is 8 Southwest. And then we've got the Criterion Club, which was our cravat guy, right? 35 Southwest. So those are our 4 main places. This one is just, let's use a silver when it's not a lead. That's just where our guy was selling his newspapers. And we've got a bunch of times. So the lady and the cravat guy were both right there, right at the time. The plumber guy, that's what I think. I think he's the plumber because there's the water outages, breakages, and we've got a little piece of our newspaper that says Scampi and Son Plumbing, all work done with diligence, was attended to punctually, and we heard that the flooding was at the German embassy. So I'm guessing that the plumbing guy, that guy in the overalls with the tools is a plumber. I think that's a logical conclusion. So that probably means he's not going to be our guy, but he may have seen stuff. Okay, any other information in our stuff here? We're given a little bit of a clue from Mycroft, who's involved in spycraft. He says these people probably came up with this on the fly, on the morning of it. That could be helpful to us if we're looking for something spontaneously planned. And then we've got our trains, and we're told we have money. We can hire items, buy or hire items. So again, with our newspaper, there were a couple things that suggested they might be related to this special mechanic. So there's an item in our newspaper that says Kennel has a working tracking dogs for hire, right? We've got someone who can read secret messages. And then, yeah. All right. Any other clues in our... So all of our stuff is down here in the southwest. I guess what we didn't look at is train stations yet. It might be nice to know train stations, but at this point, like, okay, people got to the sign, to the location of the crime and left. We have to find, we've been tasked with finding out who stole it, and then we have to recover the file. So I guess the mechanic is that we're going to be figuring out who stole it and then tracking them down. Maybe that's where we take the train. Okay, we've got another little clue, right? Another little clue that we haven't located is Lincoln Mabry. So I guess before we continue, let's see if Lincoln Mabry is in the directory here. Mabry. Okay, well, there is a Lincoln Mabry. He's at 14 Southeast. So let's locate that and locate... Where did I say it was? 14 Southeast? Is that right? Lincoln Mabry, 14 Southeast, which we'll underline there. All right, let's figure out where 14 Southeast is. I just found a pink cube at a random location. Did I move it? 14 Southeast. There. Okay. So all the way, can you see that? All the way here. Okay, so now, if you wanted to guess right now, I would guess that it's the woman. Just saying, because it could be a fake plumber with excuses to get in places, but I'm guessing that the plumber is a plumber fixing things, maybe fixing that German embassy problem. And if you're gonna steal this document, you don't walk in and say, hey, give your real name, right? Only the lady is sort of a mystery. All right, but we still have to rule them out. And our cravat guy got in a cab. Okay. So they came from different directions. The lady came from the west. The cravat guy came from the east, which is consistent with his home. It is in the direction of his home, right? So that is consistent. The woman wasn't spotted leaving, or she was? Let's see, what does he say about the woman again? She came from the west. She had a newspaper. She went to the Diogenes. Oh, that's it. She just came from the west, went to the Diogenes. Oh, but then his spy sees the lady with the blue hat on the corner of the Diogenes and Carlton House Terrace at 12:48, and then she headed to the park, St. James Park. Which is, so St. James Park is, there's a lot of St. James. St. James Park is down here at the bottom of our thing. So she leaves the club and just heads straight south. Okay. I'm just peeking ahead to see what station she might have headed towards. So Victoria Station is over here somewhere. Here in the bottom center of our map, if we worry about that. And of course, we might be wondering if it's a government file, maybe a natural thing to suspect would be other nations, other foreign nations. All right. We have no leads on the woman, where she went, where she came from. We do have a little bit of leads on the guy in the overalls. Either he went into the park or the German embassy or this other club, maybe both. And we've got a little clue about Lincoln Mabry. Where shall we begin? I'm a little, like, this game has got me a little nervous about wasting time. Like, I normally just, go to every whatever, no rush. And now another question is, do we need to go to do we need to look up in the Diogenes? And let's not forget, hopefully you've watched the other two, but we've got these people to talk to. And the cabbie, the stables is a very good candidate for us. But maybe we shouldn't be looking in there. Well, we know he was a cravat, right? A bright orange cravat, so he would be recognizable. So it wouldn't be crazy if we went to the stables and they're like, oh yeah, I remember him. Here's where he had me take him. That might just confirm that he went back to his home. We could visit him in his home. Any suggestions from the comments? Okay. Look 3 comments about. Okay, so we'll cravat. Rebecca says cravat, a short, wide strip of fabric worn by men around the neck and tucked inside an open neck shirt. Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen those in the old movies. They've got their open neck shirt and then they've got like a little, like whatever is where their neck would be open to. It's like a little scarf tucked in. Just a little fashion statement, right? Or to shield your neck from the cold. All right. I think I'd like to, I think that guy's a plumber. So I think maybe we chase down that lead first and try to rule him out. We'll rule out the people that aren't related, and then we'll focus in on that one person who is. So if we're going to focus on there's also the issue of the evidence. Like if we go somewhere too soon, we can always come back. All right, let's go to this newspaper. I guess maybe we should have a separate page for newspaper clues, right? And let's keep our eye open for that criminal that's wanted. So here's a newspaper clue. Scampy and Son Plumbing. 36 New Oxford WC. So 36 WC, which we'll put a little underline on. 36 WC is there. Here. So near enough that he might be called. All right, let's begin let's look at our first lead. So let's write it down that we're going to 36 WC, which is the plumbing. Let's see what the plumber has to say. "36 WC. Mr. Scampy is a hairy man who appears very happy to see a potential customer come through his doors. How can I help you? He asks. Do you need some plumbing work done? No, replies Wiggins. I'm afraid not. We just wondered if you sent anyone out this morning on a job. A large man in overalls with a bag? Oh, certainly. That is Jim. I sent him to take our invoice to the Baldwin Card Club and then conduct some of the repairs at the German embassy. They have had an awful flooding incident. And did he have a newspaper with him? Probably. He normally takes the Star with him and when he goes on a job to read in his breaks. Okay, so that's quite interesting. So basically, his name is Jim, and he's carrying not the Times, but the Star. And if you'll remember that the evidence found at the scene looked like it was from the Times, today's Times. So that looks like maybe we ruled Jim out right away. I mean, so, but now where did he say he went? He said he went to the Baldwin. First he went to the Baldwin Card Club. So we got that from 36WC. All right. So where is the Baldwin Card Club? It's right next to that place. 88 Southwest. So completely consistent with him being a plumber. Sent him to the Baldwin Card Club. Here's where he worked, right? So he came down. He came down Slaffsbury. So, which we think is somewhere in here, right? So he comes down this street. I forget where it's here. He comes down this alley, encounters our guy, heads down Regent to the Baldwin Club, and then maybe goes to the Carlton, to the German embassy, right? And how did we get Carlton Club? Someone thought that someone was heading towards the Carlton Club. Was it our, yeah, okay. So the spy thought maybe he was going to the Carlton Club. So I'm thinking now the Carlton Club, probably not, right? Like the spy saw him heading in that direction. But that's probably a false lead. He was probably going to the Baldwin Card Club and then going to the German embassy. So probably we don't need to go to the Carlton Club. So I'm going to take this off. This could be a mistake. And put a silver on it to say that maybe we don't have to go there. Okay, so we've done our first lead at 36 Southwest. 36WC. That was the plumbing place from the newspaper. All right. I say this guy's not our guy. Right? We know who he is. We know why he was there. Now that doesn't mean he didn't see something, right? So we may still need to track him down, ask him what he saw, because they're all in that same area. But he's carrying the wrong newspaper. He's probably not our guy. Next up, let's talk to Mabry. So shall we go visit him, or shall we talk to the cabbies to check his alibi? I guess first we go to the cabbie, and then maybe we can press him on if he lies about where he went. All right, so let's go to the cabbie, because I think we're going to that cabbie at some point, no matter what. Okay, so the cabbie is at 5WC. This is our informant, our cabbie informant. And we went to 36WC. So that comes off, and we put a marker saying we went there. Okay. I'm keeping track of it here. All right. The cabbies are at 5WC. .5WC is right there. They're the cabbie stables. Here. All right, let's see what 5WC tells us. We find a cabbie called Terence, who is a friend of Simpson's uncle. I can ask around for you, he says. What journey are you interested in? Now there's a big red paragraph here. It says, you may ask Terence about specific cab journeys. To do so, take the time the cab journey started up until 2:30 p.m. at the latest. There are no records yet for later journeys. And look up that number reference in area southeast. For example, to ask about someone catching a cab at 2 p.m., turn to 200 southeast. Or for a cab at 12:07, turn to 12:07 southeast. If there's no entry, Terence finds nothing. Visits to the central carriage stables do not count as leads for scoring purposes, but each query you make counts as one lead whether or not there is an entry for that number. So basically it's telling us it's going to take us time to look up stuff. So we can look up times. Boy, this is a intricate one, huh? Look up times. So we need to remember to come back here. Okay, so area southeast, we can look up times, but it's accurate by the minute. Like if we want to look for a cab at 12:07, turn to 12:07 southeast. That's going to be tricky not to, like, on this and the side of our eye, catch the other related times. All right. Well, let's remind us. Let's see how close we have in our information about when he got in a cab. So he left the. We are told by the person. Let's get rid of this. We are told by the person, the spy, that he was spotted. The spy doesn't see the cravat guy, but we're told that the cravat guy, Lincoln Mabry, wandered the club till 12:46, and then got into a hansom cab that went up Regent Street. So 12:46, we think he got into a cab. So we could just look up 12. I mean, it's 12:46 or 12:47. It's, you know, it's right around that time. I guess let's just do it while we're there. I mean, well, hold on a second. I mean, we could go talk to him and he could say, well, yeah, I wasted some time and then got in a cab at this exact time. So since it costs us the same, I think maybe we go talk to Mabry himself. Okay, so we're going to come back to the cab at 12:46. And we wrote that down, yeah, 12:46. We're gonna go check his alibi if he was in that cab. But first, let's talk to Mabry himself. He was 14 southeast. Let's see what Mabry has to say for himself. I mean, I don't think he's the guy, but that would be some awfully quick eliminating suspects. Number 14 is a posh townhouse, but there's currently no one at home. Okay. So we've got to write down that we went to 14 southeast, but he's not at home. Now, so let's remember, this is all happening today, right? So all of the stuff happened at 12:46. But what time is it today? Like, I believe it's like 2 p.m. on that same day, right? Is that not what we're... Right, Mycroft, this happens, and then you call Simpson immediately over there. So it's all happening on this very day. So if Mabry isn't home, like it was like 2 hours ago, right? Where did I get that it was 2:30 p.m.? Like the cabbie guy told us we can't go beyond 2 p.m. So I believe that was our clue. But did we have some other place that told us it was like 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m.? Write 2:30 p.m. at the top of your notes now. If you take a train, you will be asked to note a new time. So I believe it's 2:30 p.m. now. So it's only been an hour and a half since this happened. So whoever has got this file has only been on the run for less than 2 hours. So the case is hot. The trail is hot. Okay, so he's not at home. All right, it's time to talk to the cat. Go back to the cabbie and tell them we want to get at 12:46. All right, so we went to 14 Southeast. So we're gonna go back to this cabbie thing, but first we're gonna read the rules here. All right, it's southeast, so we're gonna look at 1246 southeast cab test. Okay, so 1246 southeast. Let's try it out. 1246 southeast, and if there's no entry, now I don't know. Like if I find 1247, I'm gonna 1246 southeast. There is an entry. I remember the gent who took my cab. Yeah, I do, says a cabbie called Alan. He had an orange cravat and brown gloves. He got in outside the Diogenes, then stopped and bought an enormous bouquet of flowers at Waldenbach. And after that, we went on to the British Museum. I dropped in there at 1:10. Okay. So let's make a new section. Well, I guess I'm going to put it under the cravat guy. So we know. So he took a cab at 12:46, right? And had brown gloves. If that's important, we don't know. And then he stopped at Waldenbach, which is going to be a florist. And then to the British Museum. With flowers. And he arrived there at 1:10 p.m. So he goes for a tour at the Diogenes Club, gets in a cab, gives his real name, gets in a cab, stops and buys flowers, and then heads off to the British Museum. All right, well, I mean, this guy sounds like a guy who's going on a date, not a guy who's conducting spycraft. But let's take a look at where these things are. So British Museum and Waldenbach. So that's why he's not home. He's on a date. Makes sense. Maybe we wasted a trip to his house. Let's see. Forests. Waldenbach is at 24 Northwest. 24 Northwest. I mean, this sure seems like a not relevant, so I'm going to mark it with silver. 24 Northwest is there. And then the British Museum, which will be red, if we can find it here. Presumably it would be along this way, right? I don't see it, so let's just look it up. British Museum, 38 WC. No, WC. There's the British Museum. So he gets in a cabbie here, and they go this way, a little bit out of the way on their way up to here. Not terribly out of the way. All right. And that was 38 WC. And we've been to 1, 2, 3. We've been to we've used up 4. We've followed 4 leads. One of them wasn't at a location. It was at the cabbie. All right. What's up here? What was 5 WC? Oh, that was the cabbie. Oh, we got information from the cabbie. He's not home. He's probably at the British Museum. Now, if we go to the British Museum, we may find him there. We might be able to talk to him. And we might have to think hard about that, like before we do something that passes time. On the other hand, you know, it's not unknown of, it's not unheard of as a sort of cliche of spycraft that you wear a little flower, like a little corset, a little rose on your lapel to signify to your person you're meeting, like, meet me at this location, I'll be wearing this, that's how you'll identify me. Should we track down? I wonder if we'll track down the dogs to send someone out. It's not they're not going to be useful in London, right? The city of London, but maybe if we go to the outskirts, they might be. I feel like we've ruled out tentatively, if we have to make our split decisions. I don't think it's the cravat guy. I think he's on a date. And I don't think it's our plumber. Which means my prime suspect is the lady, but we have no idea who she is or where she would have gone. Anything in the newspaper that would help us. The cravat guy was said to stop in the Criterion's Club, which is where the Times is sold. It might be nice to confirm whether he bought the Times. Then there's all these storms. Flooding at the German embassy. Men's shoes, curiosities from the Orient. Let's take a look at that, what we're told about that woman again. A lady with a bright blue hat and a yellow handbag. If you're doing spycraft, do you really want to be so noticeable? Bright blue hat and yellow handbag. I mean, we shouldn't rule out the plumber. I mean, maybe a plumber, like, that's the perfect cover for someone that you want to send to steal stuff. He can go anywhere. People just think he's working. So maybe we don't rule out a plumber. But, I mean, it's a big coincidence that he got called down for those 2 jobs right near where he had to be, and he went and stole this on his way to doing his real jobs. No, I don't buy it. Can't be him. Although, if we track down the real plumber and he's like, I didn't buy matches, well, then we know he's a different person. All right, the lady. I'm still tempted to think it's her. She headed to St. James Park. So let's just look at this for a second again. She comes from the west. Let's see, where's our pen? Screen right. Okay. So she comes from the west. She meets our guy who sells her matches. Right? Then she goes down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. That's the last he sees her. Then the spy guy says he sees her here at the corner of the Diogenes and Carlton House Terrace at 12:48. And then she heads to St. James Park, which would be this way. And this back alley at Carlton is where the guy thinks someone could have hidden out with the window. So she could just be headed through there. We don't have a start time for her. We just know that she was seen at 12:48 headed to the park. But we don't know where she started. But if she was headed at 12:48, okay, so she was seen at 12:48 here at the alley. And Mycroft thinks his thing was stolen between 12:40 and 12:50. So that does put her at the right time in that back alley. So maybe we need to put a marker at St. James Park, though, right? Because maybe someone spots and recognizes this woman at St. James Park. Although this guy assumes she's headed for St. James Park, but we don't know. If she is off for Victoria Station, then I want to put St. James Park a little silver here. And then, you know, she may have just been headed towards St. James Park, but not gone to it. We're just going to make a note that she's headed towards St. James Park, which is, St. James Park is 98. I feel like I'm being a little more stingy about going to following up leads because I'm worried about the time schedule. Although I can't tell if time is passing yet. Like until we get on a train, nothing has told us that time has passed yet. But this may be a long, in terms of wall clock real time case because I'm so stingy about doing things. I'm tempted to follow. We definitely have to track down the plumber a little bit more. They could all be in on it for all we know. Last minute plan. You don't know who's right. If you're going to do a little hit team it's not unusual you'd have a team of people for an operation like this, and the one that gets an attack of opportunity would take it, and the other would be distractions. We'd still have to find out who has it, though. And that would be a reason to dress in a way that would make it easy to identify. If they're like, all right, I'll be the one wearing this cravat. I'll be the one, meet up. The anonymous team meets up and recognizes each other by what they're wearing. But perhaps we're overthinking it. But you wouldn't use your real name, surely not. If you're doing spycraft, it wouldn't be hard to come up with a fake identity. So Marbury is my least suspect guy. All right, let's go with the leads we know before we start going into these park leads. Let's see if we can pin down this guy's time at the plumber at the Baldwin Card Club and the German Embassy. Also, I think let's go to the Diogenes Club first, 8 Southwest, and see if there is an entry for it. Because it's not clear. I mean, I think we are there, right? So there shouldn't be an entry. If there's no entry for it, I'm not going to count it, or if it's not a real thing. Oh, 8 Southwest. We stand, let's mark down that we've been to 8 Southwest as one of our. We stand in Carlton House Terrace near the window to Mycroft's private room, but do not pick up anything to help us in our case. With no help, this is a dead end. Do you have circled O or W? Sorry, O or X? If not, you learn nothing. Okay, so we don't have these circled, but we better come back here when we do. So that's going to count as a lead. We're going to leave this pink so that we come back to it. Come back with O and X. All right? It was O and S. So maybe that's to talk to those people. Talk to Mycroft more when we find something. But that did take up time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but now we know at least we'll come back there for an O and an X. All right. Well, shall we try to follow this plumber's alibi? See that he went to the Baldwin Card Club or the German Embassy? Just trying to think if there's any reason to go to one rather than the other. What did his name is Jim. We went to the plumber, which was 36 WC. I just want to see remind ourselves what he said about the plumber. I sent him to take our invoice to Baldwin Card Club and then go to the German Embassy. Did he have a newspaper? He takes the Star. It seems just like there's no point in it. But let's do it. So we're going to go to the Baldwin Card Club first. 88 Southwest. The doorman of the Baldwin Card Club tells us a large man in overalls came shortly after midday and left something in an envelope addressed to John Dean, the club secretary. Okay. So that's just completely exactly what you would expect. That was 88 Southwest. All right, well, let's check the German embassy. It's in the newspaper. Seems like it might be relevant to us. 9 Southwest. Good day, sirs, says the clerk at the German embassy. How may I assist you? How may I assist you? We were wondering, says Wiggins, if you had a man come in here today, a large fellow in overalls with a bag. We did have such a man. The clerk replies, he was to assist the repairs. Our embassy flooded overnight when some pipes became loose. The man is now on a break. He said he would go to St. James Park. Circle the letter K. So we went to 9. We went to 9 Southwest, circle the letter K. And our plumber is now going to the park. Into the park on break. So he's basically been there the whole time. Since his 12:40 that he arrived or whatever. He's now been working in the German embassy till he took his break at St. James Park, which is 98 Southwest. So this now becomes a real lead because the plumber's there and the woman passed by there, we think. Okay. Did we get a time? He's on a break. Okay, no timing, but we know, so he's been there the whole time. Well, that's not going to be our guy then. Unless he went to the park to hand off the document. All right. Let's go to St. James Park, 98 Southwest. That was 9 Southwest we went to. And now we're going to go to 98 Southwest, which is St. James Park. So we're going to replace that with a pink. Sorry, replace the pink with a green. That should have been a pink. 98 Southwest. Oh, that's interesting. We approach St. James Park from Carlton House Terrace. Near the park, beginning at the far end of the line of trees outside the Admiralty, we see a number of cabbies waiting for fares. We walk a short way into the park itself and ask some people if they have seen a young woman in a blue hat, but none remember her. If you had circled X, which we don't have circled, we were supposed to circle K. Sorry, let's circle our K. Circle our K, and let's make a note that we've got something for X, and we've got something for O, if we find it. All right, so it says, if you have X, do something. We do have a circled K. Okay. We wander through the park and soon spot the man in overalls sitting on a bench biting into a pastry, reading a copy of the Star newspaper, just as his boss said. His bag is on the bench next to him. Tinker wanders over, sits on the opposite side of the man to the bag, and says, "What a remarkable thing, Governor. Did I not see you at my Uncle Jaunty's last Tuesday?" "Jaunty?" says the man, his mouth full of pastry. "I don't think I know anyone called—" "Oh, you do. He's friends with Freddie." "Freddie?" "Freddie, Billy's dad." "Billy?" "Yes, Billy. Used to be sweet on Claire. Claire Brent. This is very, look at that. We've learned a little trick. How clever that kid was. He mentioned someone's name, right? And if the guy's like, who's that? Then he just made an extra leap to another person. He's this person's dad, then he's this person's, and then by the time he says in the first name that the guy recognizes, it feels like, yeah, that's what I was leading up to. Claire Brent? That's her. What's she up to these days? As the two of them chat, that's pretty cool. Wiggins sidles up to the other side of the bench and carefully looks through the man's bag. A short while later, we are all gathered at the edge of the park. There was no file in the bag, says Wiggins, only plumbing tools. And the weird thing is, says Tinker, it turns out that fella actually knows my second cousin. Do you have a circled T? If not, go elsewhere. My God. So we don't have a circled T. So we go elsewhere. We're not allowed to read on. So 98 Southwest at the park. It's full of information, but we're missing now 3 letters. An X, an O, and a T that we'd like to find more information about. So O and X, we did use K, but O is at 8 Southwest. And if we find T, it's at 98 Southwest. And if we find X, it's at both 8 Southwest and 98 Southwest. Okay. Well, I guess we should be marking that that's a place to come back to. All right. Well, the Diogenes Club and the park are both places we've been to and that we'd like to come back to. It pointed us out in that clue of the park, if you noticed, it told us that there were cabbies hanging out at the park. And so if we could catch sometime someone took a cab from there, we could look them up in our directory as well. Actually, let's look at that again. It gave us actually some directions. It says, beginning at the far end, near the park, beginning at the far end of the line of trees outside the Admiralty, we see the cabbies. So, well, the Admiralty is right here, is right near the park, near where we walk into the park. So, it's possible that the lady came in here and got in a cab, or met someone at the park and got in a cab. Okay, but we know it's not Jim now. I mean, we're certain it's not Jim. Well, we can't be 100% certain. He could have handed it off, but boy, it seems unlikely. And Mabry seems very unlikely too. It seems like it's our woman. Bright blue hat, that means she might be noticed by people, but not noticed at the park, and not remembered by a cabbie. Well, we've got no medical examiner, just looking at our informants. We went to the cabbies. We've got so here's here's an idea. I don't know where to write this. If we suspect the woman, we know Jim the plumber carried around this Star newspaper. We know our cravat guy came from this guy. When we might check out the Criterion Club and find out what newspaper he bought. Our woman was coming from the West with a newspaper. Now the question is, where might she have gotten that newspaper? And is it possible that we might look and find newspapers? Okay, these are just newspapers, not newsstands. Where do you get a newspaper? I mean, you could get it at a hotel. We see the Piccadilly Hotel. That's where she came from. She didn't come from the Piccadilly Hotel, but from that direction. It wouldn't be a crazy idea to check the Piccadilly Hotel to see if they have spotted, if she walked in there and picked up a newspaper, but she could have picked it up at the news station, at a train station or anywhere. We could stop in at the Criterion Club to see if our cravat guy did indeed go in there and buy a newspaper. It seems like it would just be ruling him out more. But I'm thinking that might be what we do. I just want to look at this again. Dog tracking, plumbing. Times is for purchase outside the Criterion Club. I guess the other thing we might want to keep in mind is, why are they buying matches? Right? Like if we find someone that's a suspect that doesn't smoke, that's a clue. Tonight, the Lyceum, 7 p.m., Miss Pierce will delight and amuse with the hilarious antics for which she is renowned. You don't think that... Maybe we hire the dogs if we got something for them to scent on. Archibald Clam, that's the bad guy. There's this guy who complains. He's staying at the hotel and the London people are mean to him. Let's just take a look at where the Grand Hotel is, just for to see if that story could be related to our case. It's not in there, but let's look up hotels. The Grand Hotel is 22 WC. 22 WC. Well, it is near everything. On the other hand, it's not near where this woman came from. I'm just going to put 22 WC Grand Hotel. It would be funny just to go there to talk to that letter complainer. Does he say he's leaving or already gone? Well, we should... Oh, I return to Liverpool tomorrow with a new respect. So he could still be in town. He could still be there. Did something happen to him? Like, was someone rude to him about something? And that's a real long shot, right? All right. Let's stop by the Criterion Club, which our cravat guy was seen possibly going into, and just let's lock down his alibi. That's 3 Southwest. So I'll make a note. 3 Southwest is another lead we're following. We'll replace that with that. And see what it says. Could be a side story too, don't forget. 3 Southwest. Outside the Criterion Club, we find a small stand selling copies of the Times. That's what we saw in our newspaper. Do you sell any other newspapers? Asks Wiggins. The man shakes his head. And do you remember selling a newspaper to a man in an orange cravat earlier today? Ah, the man with the big ears and brown gloves. Yeah, I remember him. Okay, so that's our cravat guy with brown gloves. Again, it's telling us he had brown gloves. Is that important to us? We don't know. But he just sells the Times, so we know our Maybury guy did pick up a copy of the Times there. So if somehow we were told that our woman did not buy the Times, then that might lock us on to Maybury. All right, I'll tell you what. I think we're going to have to follow up on Maybury a little more, since we don't know anything about this woman, unless we're missing something about this woman. We could go to the Piccadilly Hotel and see if she happened to pick up her newspaper there. Does the chat room have a preference for whether we should follow down the known leads of Maybury, which is the flower shop and the museum, or whether we should sort of hunt in the dark for the woman by just going to Piccadilly Hotel, which was sort of in the direction she came from? I see we've got no comments for quite a while. What have we learned so far in this mystery? We learned about a cravat, we learned about a golden jubilee, and we learned this amazing trick for getting someone to think you know them. Greg and I learned a very cool trick also while playing Modern Detective. We've got now 2 little tools for the toolkit. I won't tell you that one. When we do our review, we'll talk about it. Follow the known leads. Okay. Zach says follow the known leads. All right, we're going to track down Maybury a little more. So he went to the flower shop at 24 Northwest. Why do I have 36? 24 Northwest, where is that? Oh, it's probably a silver here. And then he came around to the British Museum. What is 36 WC? Why did I circle? Oh, we must have already been there. Oh, that was the plumbing people. All right, so let's go to the flower shop, which was 24 Northwest, and see what he bought at the flower shop. 24 Northwest. "24 Northwest. The staff at Waldenbach Forests confirmed that a man in an orange cravat bought one of their largest bouquets earlier today. It had been reduced in price as the flowers were quite old. Do you know the gentleman?" the shopkeeper asked, "because he left his gloves here. Perhaps you could return them to him. She gives us an old pair of brown gloves. Circle the letter M. So we found his gloves that maybe we can check for trace evidence. So we're circling M. This is at 24 Northwest Forests. We get the brown gloves from Mabry. It can't be Mabry. You wouldn't use your real name. Do you have a circled T? If not, go elsewhere. Okay, so circle T, we don't. So we need to put a little asterisk to remind us to come back. And then T is also 24 Northwest. Wow. Okay. So he goes and he buys a pair of gloves. I mean, he buys just an old bouquet of flowers. What does that tell you? He's not buying a little rose, a single rose to put on his lapel to have him be recognized. All right, let's go to the, we might as well follow up this lead with Mabry. Let's go to the British Museum, 38 WC. Let's find Mabry, give him his gloves. Maybe he'll recognize. We should remember, so this is an important point. And this has gotten, this mistake has been made in previous mysteries. I have made this mistake in the past where you're like, okay, it's not Mabry or it's not the plumber. Therefore, like once you rule them out, you don't have to follow them up anymore. But we should remember, these are three people who were right in that vicinity at the time the crime happened. So even if they're not our thief, it's quite possible that they have seen something, that they're a witness. So if we track down Mabry, perhaps he witnessed something. So 38 WC. And at the very least, we can solve the mystery of the missing gloves and give him back his gloves. That's got to count for something, right? Surely we'll get some points for giving him back his gloves. Okay, 38 WC, the British Museum. That is where he went, I believe. The receptionist at the British Museum says she saw a man in an orange cravat just after 1 p.m. Okay. After 1 p.m. So basically he went straight there. Went to the flower shop, went there. Yes, he met a woman in a pink dress and gave her a huge bouquet of flowers. They wandered around the museum together for a short time and then came back to reception. They were standing nearby and I heard her mention something about an exhibition and tobogganing. That's the Jubilee. She left first at 2:05. Then he came and asked me if I had seen some brown gloves, and I said no. He mumbled something about having left them somewhere, then he got into a cab 5 minutes after her. Circle the letter P. Okay, so could you conceal a 12-inch by 7-inch file in a bouquet of flowers? No, right? But it's given us some interesting times here, right? It says she left, so she leaves the pink dress woman, leaves at, she sees him after 1, then they hang around for a short time, then she leaves at 2:05, right? Then he comes down, asks about her gloves, and then gets in a cab 5 minutes after her, so 2:10 p.m. Marbury cab. So if we really wanted to give him back his gloves, we could go to the cabbies and ask where he went in the cab at 2:10, but he's looking for his gloves. Okay. And they're probably going to the Jubilee. Or she's saying she's going to the Jubilee. So, I mean, if we thought he might have witnessed something, we could keep trying to track him down. I mean, he did. Okay, let's, all joking aside, he went out that door right where our woman is seen, right at around the time the woman is seen, right? So the woman is seen at 12:48, and right in that alley, and he leaves the club at 12:46. So I mean, like, he is at a prime location to see that woman. So let's not joke too much about tracking him down, because he could be our real witness. Well, we circled P, but we still have not, we haven't found any of the 3 letters that we're still hoping to find. So we need to make a note. I guess I'm going to make a cabbie note. So, Marbury cab at 2:10. Pink lady at 2:05. I don't think she's relevant. But we could try to find out where he took that cab to. But he's going to be a witness. He's not going to be our guy. The Grand Hotel. So the silver spots are the Grand Hotel where our letter complainer lives. We've got the Carlton Club. We went to the Oh no, we didn't go to the Carlton Club. We went to the Baldwin Club. The Carlton Club was what? I think, was that one of the places that was a false lead? Like someone thought maybe, yeah. The plumber either was going to the German Embassy or the Carlton Club. So he probably didn't go to the Carlton Club. So that's probably not a real lead for us. And St. James, this is just where our news seller was selling. But you might say, if we really think it's the woman, that we should look at these random places near where she bought her stuff. The Royal Academy, was there any? Let's take a look more here. So here's an interesting thing in our newspaper. Nighttime telegraph station, 37 EC. If this was a last minute thing, could someone have telegraphed from the night before? Where is that 37 EC? Let's just put a little silver marker on it. EC is all the way on the other side of town. We have no reason to believe that that's involved in our case. Would they even tell us? Like, what's the... Can these kids... Oh, he did get a 37 EC night telegraph. Unless we have some evidence that someone's over here, it seems hard. It's hard to justify that. Let's look again at what he says about the one. The woman in blue hat came from the west along Piccadilly. She had a newspaper tucked under her arm, so she probably just bought it. In our directory, we don't have newsstands. Are there too many of them? Let's just quickly look. I think I want to check out that hotel to see if she might have bought it there. Map sellers, markets, newspapers. The Times is at 30 EC. I mean, that's just where they publish it. The other way you might track down this woman is you might guess where she was going. Try to stop in those places. I just want to see if there's... She could have been going for lunch. There's a bunch of places. There's a bunch of tea rooms. 38 Northwest, 31 Northwest. Are there any right near there? 78 Northwest. Not too near there. There is the Royal Academy. That's the flower shop. There's also St. James Hall. Okay. And I don't see anything much more in the news. And let's not rule out the possibility that it's teamwork. But it's not Mabry. Mabry is a witness. He gave his real name. It's not Mabry. Okay, let's check out Piccadilly Hotel. We've not gotten that lead explicitly, but I'm wondering if possibly she picked up the newspaper on the way there. So 26 Northwest. Sorry. 26 Northwest. This is a tricky case. 26 Northwest is not in our thing, so that's not a clue. We don't have to record that as time spent. I mean, the only lead I know to track down is our Maybury guy. Assuming he's a witness. I mean, we do have our other informants. Reporter for the Times. National Archives. So National Archives wouldn't be a crazy idea. All archives, birth, deaths, marriages. No, I was thinking of the foreign. Where's the guy who knows about foreign stuff? I feel like there used to be someone. I feel like there used to be someone who knew foreign archives. London Library for Encyclopedic Research. I just feel like we don't have any good reason to do any of that yet. All right. I don't want to go down a completely wild goose chase with Maybury, but I'm going to track him. I'm going to track down one more. So Maybury got in a cab at 2:10 p.m. So the cabs were southeast, right? Southeast. So that would be 210 southeast. Let's see if we can find where Maybury went. "210 southeast. I drove a man in an orange cravat," says Tom. "He went from the British Museum to Mayle and Company Forests and bought some roses. And then I dropped him at the National Gallery." He's going on dates. All right. So we went to 210 southeast. Maybury took a cab. Okay. I cannot tell if we're just being strung along on red herrings. So he went to Mayle. This is where he would go after the museum. Right after the museum. And bought roses. And then he goes to the National Gallery. Now, we have to be hot on his trail because he did that at 2:10 p.m. So it's got to be like we're right next to him. All right. So he goes to the forest. He buys roses. We don't need to go to the forest. I suppose we could mark it just for the hell of it, but surely we don't need to go there. I thought we found forest. Yes, we did. Mayle and Company is 9WC. So that's 9WC, which if we go there, it's just going to say he bought roses and he was hoping to find his gloves. And then he goes to the National Gallery. I mean, I'm having fun tracking him down. 24WC. Oh, that's interesting. It's right back here near the heart of it. Okay. I mean, we're following our leads. It's wonderful that we're going on all this journey. It's fun, whether it's the right use of our time or not, I don't know. All right, let's bypass the florist where he bought the roses. It's interesting that he bought the old bouquet to the one girl. And now he bought roses for this one. Okay. So we went to 210 Southeast, we went in his cab, and now we're going to 24 Northwest, which is National Gallery. Okay. Are we going to have just missed him? I think he's still going to be there. Because it's like, we're hot on his trail. He's got to be there. We're going to find him. 24 Northwest. I want to talk to this guy and find out what's up. 24 Northwest. Wait, 24 Northwest. That's nothing. Yeah, that's the gallery. It says the staff at Waldenbach's Florist. Wait. Something's wrong. 24 Northwest says... Oh, 24 WC. 24 Northwest we were already at, luckily. That was the Florist. So the National Gallery is 24 WC. I see. Okay. 24 WC. At the door to the National Gallery is a man in an orange cravat, talking to a dark-haired lady holding some roses. We notice he has a copy of the Times in his coat pocket. He's still got it. He didn't burn it. "Excuse me, sir," says Wiggins. "Are you Mr. Marbury?" The man nods. "I believe you asked about membership of the Diogenes Club earlier today?" "Indeed I did," he replies. "Do you work for them?" "Yes. We were wondering if you had decided to join." "Well, Wait a minute. How did you find me?" His face suddenly goes red, and he glances nervously at the lady with the roses. "Let us discuss this in private," he turns to his companion. "I'll just be a minute, dear." He leads us a short distance away, and then he says, "I am not sure about the club, but I am not happy about being followed. But maybe, if you just don't mention what you saw," he looks back to the lady waiting for him with a smile on her face, "and who you might have seen me with, and we can leave this there. There could be a terrible misunderstanding." "Ah, I see, Mr. Marbury. Very well. When you make your decision about the Diogenes Club, do come by." So, total red herring. Total red herring. However, we've eliminated him. He's still got his newspaper. He's still got his newspaper. We can replace this with green. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 5, 10, 11, 12, one more. Well, it was a total red herring tracking down Maybury. Except to the extent that we've eliminated him. He didn't even want his gloves. He didn't even want his gloves. That's weird. Like, we even circled a letter for them. I'm thinking, like, maybe we could have them studied, like, examined, but we don't think it's him. All right. Well, let's look at our silver cubes. We've got the late night telegraph station. No reason to believe that's relevant to our case, but could be. We've got this one here, which I have no idea why it's here. That was maybe the... Was that possibly where the... Yes. This was the flower shop where he bought the roses. Surely not relevant to us. We've got the Grand Hotel where the letter writer complained in the Times about rude people in London. We've got the location around where the guy was selling matches. And there are a bunch of places around there. I'm not sure how that could be relevant to us. Then we've got the Carlton Club. And the only reason that's on our map is that the person saw the plumber walking around and thought that maybe the plumber was heading to the Carlton Club. But we know he wasn't. And then Victoria Station, just because there's a station, that's the station in the direction of the park. I mean, there are other interesting things here. There's an American embassy. That is the station in this area. If she headed down here and she was going to a station, that would be it. And we still don't know how time passes in this game. We don't know if we're eventually going to get to someone and they're going to say, if you use more than 10 clues, then the person's not there. And we've got a bunch of these circled letters that we have no idea how to get unless we're overlooking something. The O, the T, the X. The park wanted us to come by, so just to recall our repeated places, the park wanted us to come by when we have an X or a T circled, and the Diogenes Club wanted us to come by when we have an O or an X circled. The cabbies were near the Admiralty. I might put a clue there for the Admiralty. 10 Southwest, that's where all the cabs were. Is it possible someone would spotted her getting into a cab? I feel like we're really chasing down that woman at this point, so I'm going to look at 10 Southwest. And then maybe we're going to have to 10 Southwest. Quite evidently, it is the rush hour for the cabs along the Admiralty, and no cabbie wants to waste time talking to us. Only the logbooks of the Central Carriage Depot will be of use to us. So that does count as a lead because there is an entry for it. Admiralty, which was useless. It's just telling us that cabs are of import. Now, if we thought she was getting in a cab, let's think about this for a second. If we thought she was heading straight down to catch a cab there, right, then she is spotted 12:48 p.m. leaving the Diogenes Club here, right? If she was going to walk down to here, St. James to here, according to this, it would take her about 5 minutes, possibly much less, anywhere between 1 and 5 minutes. So if she left at 12:48, if she got in a cab, Then 12:49, 12:50, 51, 52, 53, 49, 12. That if she got in a cab right away. Right? It could have been, well, it's not actually 1 minute. The fastest she could get over there is 1, 2, 3. Maybe 3 minutes is the fastest she could get there. That would be 12:51. I'm just, the scale gives a, looks like a little less than an inch is 5 minutes. So, let's go here. So if she's spotted in that alley, she's spotted in the alley, where are we here? Sorry. If she's spotted in the alley, which is now in the center of your screen at the Diogenes Club, number 8, then it looks like 1, 2, 3, and notice, I guess it's worth marking on the pen. Okay, so she's spotted here, right? And we're told that the cabbies are here by this tree line. So if she goes 1, 2, 3 minutes, 3, 4. So basically it's like a 3 minute, 4 minute. Of course, she may have had to wait there, but 3 to 5 minutes. That would put her at 12:51, 12:52, 12:53. Let's see if we can find a cabbie that recognized. Did we? Now we didn't look up that time before, right? We looked up at 2:10, and we looked up at, well, we did look up at a 12 something, right? What was the cabbie we looked at? We looked up another cab, right? So let's remember, we looked up a cab for Mabry. Mabry took a cab at 12:46. Okay, a little bit before that. So we think our woman took a cab 12:51, 12:52. Let's check it out. Let's go back to the, oh no, we don't go back to the cab. We just look up 12:51 southeast. Southeast it was, right? The cabs. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to look up 12:51 and 12:52 in that area. Okay, I do see an entry. 12:52, 12:53, 12:54. Okay. So there's an entry for that time frame. I had a fare at that time, says a cabbie named Reggie. A young lady with a bright blue hat and a yellow handbag. Picked her up outside the Admiralty near St. James Park and dropped her at the corner of Villiers Street and the Strand at exactly 1 p.m. I assumed she was heading for Charing Cross Station, but I got another fare as soon as she got off, so I don't know for sure. All right, that's pretty huge for us, and very good detective work. All right, so 12:52 southeast, so it took her 4 minutes to get there. Lady cab. Okay, I'm going to write down that 12:52 southeast, that lead, which we should mark over there. Let's go back to our notes about her. That was excellent detective work. That was quite satisfying that we tracked down. And the book had a range of times, pretty tight range. So 12:52 southeast was about what we predicted, right? We said 12:51, 12:52. Okay, a lady takes cab. And she takes a cab to Villiers and the Strand at exactly 1 p.m. Okay, so she gets in a cab and she goes to Villiers and the Strand. Where do you think the Strand is? Do you think the Strand is the bookstore that our famous New York City bookstore, the Strand, is named after? Or do you think it's something else? Let's look it up. The Strand. Okay, the Strand isn't in the directory under the Strand. Let's see if it's a hotel. Was it a street? Was it not the Strand? Was it Strand? Let's find Villiers. At 1 p.m. So it took the cab. Did he say what time he picked her up? He doesn't say he picked her up, but we know it's 12:52. So it took him 8 minutes to get wherever he was going, which could be quite far. And the Strand, Villiers Street and the Strand. It has to be a hotel or a bookstore. It's not a bookseller or bookstore. Was it in our newspaper? Oh, look at this. I just as a side diversion. Let's not get distracted. But remember in our newspaper, the crank who was calling, the letter writer complaining about, the letter writer complaining about who came to London for his business and then found them unwelcoming. His name was Marmaduke Crawley. Well, I just noticed that in the miscellaneous, he's the one who's trying to sell his patent rights for his gas lamp. Inquiries to Mr. Crawley at the Grand Hotel before 1:15 p.m. sharp on September 21st. So he's actually leaving at 1:15. So he's probably not there anymore. Or, I can't tell. Maybe he wrote this yesterday. But, okay, just interesting. So he came to London to try to sell the patent rights for his gas lamp. And then someone's selling buttons. High Street. Okay, we've still got to find... I don't see anything else in the news at 12. We've got to find Villiers Street and the Strand. Surely the Strand is in here somewhere. There's a very famous used bookstore in New York City called the Strand. That's why I thought it might be a bookstore. It's not under bookstores though. Let me know in the comments if you can find... It's capitalized, the Strand. Oh, wait a minute. He said he assumed she was going to Charing Cross Station. So let's find Charing Cross Station. It's got to be near there. And now we've got our train times coming into play. Charing Cross Station is 21 WC. 21 WC. No, that can't be right. Let me look up this again. He says Charing Cross. Is that what I looked up? Charing Cross? Charing Cross Station. Charing Cross Station is 21WC. The reason I'm confused is because it's right here. Like, do you see that? Why would you walk to take a cab 2 blocks away to Charing Cross Station? You wouldn't, right? I see the Strand, by the way. It's a street, and there's Villiers. So he dropped her off here at 1 p.m. There's the Grand Hotel. So here's Charing Cross Station. And here's where he dropped her off. That is, well, we can see it right on this same map. So she gets in the cab here, right? She gets in the cab here. She takes it to here. Villiers and Strand. And the guy thinks she's going to the station, which is right here. But notice that's right near the Grand Hotel. And why would you take a cab? Why wouldn't you just walk? That's strange, right? I'm beginning to think... I was going to say I'm beginning to think that the guy in the hotel is in on it, but maybe not. But he could be a witness. Like, she's not... That's really weird, right? Why do you take a cab? Okay, maybe you take a cab to get out of there right away. But boy, that's weird to be taking a cab such a short distance, right? I guess it's a 3-minute walk. How far a distance is that if we measure it? It's a 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, maybe it's a 25-minute walk. Maybe people don't walk 25 minutes. Okay, but was she really going to Charing Cross Station, or was she going to the Grand Hotel? And might our guy know something about that? Why do I have this? Admiralty should be a green. We went there. And the park still has information for us. All right. Well, I mean, we blew the case wide open tracking down her cab ride. It is fishy that she went on such a short cab ride, but not crazy. He dropped her off at 1 p.m. I was thinking, could she be meeting the plumber? But no, he doesn't have it with him. He's still there. It's not there. Oh, that's our Diogenes Club. All right, well, we're definitely going to be sniffing around where she got off her cab. I do want to go to the Grand Hotel. Then maybe we'll go to Charing Cross Station and see if someone recognized her getting on a train, right? But maybe this is a good place to take a little 5-minute break. I'm just trying to think, should I take a longer break and try to take this picture? No, I think we're just going to keep working on it the way we are. This is working well enough. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back to continue and track down this woman in blue. You are watching Co-op for Two. Welcome back. It's 2:30 a.m. We're going to take a little break and have a little Oreo taste testing, and I'm going to solve another little side mystery for you. So let's just come here, take a look at what we've got here. We've got, we're only tasting really one Oreo. Everyone's tasted regular Oreos. These are carrot cake Oreos, which we are going to taste test. Now, this is kind of cheating because I've already tasted these. But we'll just sit in silence as I taste them, as I eat some. I've got it on the top-down view so you don't see me making a mess. So these are the golden Oreo outside. I guess they make a whole set of flavors with golden Oreo and then a whole set of flavors with the chocolate. There's some little crystals in this. Now I eat these by sort of letting them melt in the mouth. And I'll put the rest of these to eat off camera. It's very, I'll tell you, there's a real sacrifice being made for this YouTube channel in terms of consumption of snacks while board gaming. Normally, I'd be eating like one cookie per every 15 minutes, every 5 minutes. So there's a lot less snacks being eaten because of this YouTube channel, just to not look terrible in front of the camera. Okay, so carrot cake Oreo. Carrot cake Oreo is actually very good. Now, we've tried a bunch. At one of our previous episodes, we tried hazelnut chip, and then a Java chocolate chip, both chocolatey. Neither of them very good. Java chip I didn't like, hazelnut chip I didn't like. The carrot cake is quite good. It's very different. I would rank that quite high. From the flavors I've tasted, including all the double stuff and all that stuff, which are terrible, I would rank possibly mint Oreo at the very top, then regular Oreo, and then carrot cake. So it's a number three ranked. Okay, so now I'm going to solve a little side mystery for you. Most of the Oreo flavors are absolutely horrible. And we wondered why is Oreo making all these bad flavors? Why are they making all these different flavors if they're so clearly inferior? There's an interesting article in the New York Times from 2020 talking to the marketing people at Oreo. And basically what the marketing people at Oreo said is, it's a win-win. They don't sell very much of these, but every time someone buys one of these terrible flavors because they're curious, it reminds them how much better regular Oreos are, and they go buy regular Oreos. So it's kind of like the worse they are, the more in contrast the people are like, oh, I wish I had bought regular Oreos. Then they go buy the regular Oreos. How's that for marketing? All right. So to recap where we are on this case, we finally tracked down our woman getting into a cab. By tracking her time so carefully, We saw her leaving 5 minutes. She must have walked down and gotten into a cab near the Admiralty. Could have only taken her a couple of minutes. We looked up that time. She did get in a cab. You can see where she went. She took the very short cab ride from outside the Admiralty over to Villiers and the Strand. And the cabbie thinks that she was going to Charing Cross Station, but he's not sure. He had to take another ride. Now notice that that's actually not the most efficient way to get to Charing Cross Station at the corner of this corner, but regardless. And now we do notice something quite interesting, a bit of a coincidence here, in that that street that he dropped her off is actually near the Grand Hotel. The Grand Hotel is a silver in our map because it's mentioned in the newspaper. Now, as we were taking a break, something else jumped out at me a little bit. So the newspaper, there's actually 2 items in the newspaper related to this, and it's not, you wouldn't notice that they're the same, but one is a letter to the editor and one is a miscellaneous note. But here's what I wanted to point out. So the miscellaneous note says, water gas lamp for sale, the patent rights can be made to give an intense heat for smelting and heating purposes. Inquires to Mr. Crawley, Grand Hotel, before 1:15 p.m. sharp on September 21st. That's today. Now we know the cabbie dropped her off at 1 p.m. sharp. I mean, it's a little bit of a coincidence, right? But again, could be just witness. So if we look, we can see he wrote a letter to the editor of the Times. I have been in the fair city of London for the past week, staying at the Grand Hotel. It is the first time I'm visiting your nation's capital. People were rude to me. And then he says he's going back to Liverpool with a new respect. Now, like I was thinking, wow, he's going back to Liverpool today. That's probably going to mean he's not there anymore. If he needed people to come at 1:15 sharp, it's now 2:30. He's probably gone. But it's odd that he was leaving town because there are trains to Liverpool. Like, is this false and he was just meeting her to... Was she supposed to hand off the file to him? And this is all just a ruse, like planning a personal ad to say where to meet up? The thing is, yeah, that part makes sense. You would plan a personal ad to meet up with some spy, but you wouldn't write a cranky letter to the editors. That makes no sense. So that suggests that he's not involved. But might he have seen something? But he's going to be all the way on his train. Are we going to have to take a train to his house just to see what he witnessed? That's insanity. Regardless, let's stop into that hotel to see if he's still there, if the woman went into that hotel. Yeah. So we're going right now to 22 WC, the Grand Hotel. So let's write it down. Let's hope we get more of these letters. WC Grand Hotel. So we're hoping for a bit of flavor to talk to this fellow. He's trying to sell the rights for this. It sounds like it's a Water gas hump. Is it like an underwater, not soldering, welding? Is it some underwater welding tool? Okay, 22WC Grand Hotel. We know sooner or later we're going to have to catch a train, but hopefully it's not too, hopefully we got some time before we have to do that. $22WC. All right, this is the Grand Hotel. Do you have a circled V? If not, you learn nothing useful at the Grand Hotel. We do not have a circled V. Wow, there's so many places that want letters. I guess that means we're doing things in weird orders. So circled V, no. So we got to make a note to come back here. Circled V. I'll make a note that this is 22WC. Okay. The thing is, oh, this is weird. I mean, the thing is that he says it's got an intriguing detail here about 1:15 p.m. sharp. So if I look at the train time schedules, I can see his Liverpool. I can see the Liverpool trains. I don't see any Charing Cross to Liverpool, but I do see Euston Street stations going to Liverpool. And 2:35 p.m. is the closest one to Liverpool. Like, so he's not there. We can't talk to him. Like, that's weird. All right, well, I'm going to leave it. That was just where they dropped him off. I'm going to leave that there since we can go back there when we get a V. I guess we're going to go to Charing Cross Station and see if we've got any clues there. 21 Southwest. 21 WC, not Southwest. 21 WC. WC. Do you have a circled X? If you have a circled X, turn to whatever. If you don't, read on. A woman in a bright blue hat came into the station a minute or two after 1 p.m. So she did go to Charing Cross Station, says the guard standing near the main entrance. I remember her because she stopped just a few yards from me and put her yellow handbag on the ground. A few seconds later, a young street urchin with curly black hair grabbed the handbag and ran off with it towards the Strand. She gave chase and I joined her, but he was a fast one. We had not gone far from the station when she stopped me. She said the lad was welcome to it, as it was an old bag which did not contain much of value, and she had her train ticket in her pocket. I glanced at the ticket. It looked like an inner London ticket. When she got on the next train, which left at 1:12 p.m. Was the woman carrying anything else? Asks Wiggins. No. And what else was she wearing? Besides her incredible hat, a plain dress and a small petticoat, I think. And the boy, says Tinker, did he have very baggy clothes and look about 8 years old? Yes, that's the one. Lads, I think it was Dobbins. His dad has a bric-a-brac stall at a nearby market, And Dobbins finds, or otherwise acquires, items for him to sell. Circle the letter S. All right, well, that was an interesting clue. The letter S is not one we've been waiting for. It's a totally new one. And now it gives us a choice. Do you want to spend 1/10 of the funds from Mycroft to take a train from Charing Cross? If you do, take the time of the train you want to catch, which must be later than any time written at the top of your notes, and look up that number in area southwest. For example, if you want to catch a train at 4:50 p.m., turn to 450 southwest. All right, so this was 21 Charing Cross. I guess we went to both of these places, but Grand Hotel is still possible for us. And so is Charing Cross, right? Because Charing Cross said, asked us if we had a circle X. Wow, we're going to have to really keep track of all these places to go back to. 21WC. Like if we get the X, there are 3 places that want us to go check out the X. So, okay, so let's look at this again. She comes in a little after 1. Her purse gets stolen. She chases the guy and then she's just like, no big deal. There's nothing important in it. She gets on a train. She catches train at Charing Cross at 1:12 p.m. He said, Inner London. Inner London ticket. Inner London. So she's taking the train to another station, not outside London? She could be at one of these other stations, possibly? Okay, and then we go Dobbins stole. And he has bric-a-brac market. Okay. Furthermore, sorry, we circled S, which is not something we've been looking for, unless I'm mistaken something. And then we can take a train from Charing Cross by looking at Southwest. Take a train at the leaving time Southwest. So we want to make a note of that. Now, she caught a train at 1:12 p.m. at Charing Cross. So if we look at Charing Cross, there's a 1:12 Dover via Waterloo and Swanley. Okay, so she got on that train. Okay, so this is a train. Now, here's what's interesting. 1:12 p.m. train from Charing Cross. It's saying, as I read it, that it's going to Dover, but it's stopping at Waterloo Station. That's how I'm reading this, on its way to Swanley. So let's look where Waterloo Station is. So she got on this train, and he thinks she was going here to Waterloo Station. Just another short hop, which you can see on the tablet is just right across this bridge here. That was the destination of her ticket. Not very far. Of course, you need to take a train to get over there. But now, why? And why, more importantly, does she not care about this handbag? I wouldn't say she doesn't care, right? She chases after the kid. But she gave up. Do we want to take a train from Charing Cross? And it has to be a train after 2:30 p.m. So it's basically saying, like, do you want to wait? The next train there is like it's not till the next train that's going in the same place she's going. Well, there's one via Waterloo to 3:30. There's a bunch of them going to Waterloo. But we'd have to wait an hour to take it. I'm not sure why we would. If we think she's going to Inner London, we would just go to Waterloo. So I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to... It's only 1/10. I mean, I wouldn't mind spending the money, but I don't want the time to pass. So we are not going to take that train at this point. But we very well might go to Waterloo and see if someone recognizes her getting off there. And I'm leaving this station pink, I guess, because we could catch a train there. So let's find this bric-a-brac shop and see what he found in the purse, and then maybe go to Waterloo Station. So he says, Dobbins as a bric-a-brac stall at a nearby market. Okay, so let's check out the nearby markets. 28 WC is Covent Gardens Market. That is pretty nearby. There's also one EC, that's far away. South, that's off our map, EC. All right, Covent Garden Market, 28 WC. So I'm going to say that that's probably 28 WC. So let's try. We went to Charing Cross. Okay, we circle that. All right, next we're going to go to Covent Garden, which is 28 WC. Covent Garden, which we're hoping is the bric-a-brac. I can't wait till we find some of these letters and we could go back and 28 WC. 28 WC. Do you have a circled S? Finally we do, yes. We locate Dobbins and his dad on the far side of the market. Their stall is laden with a bizarre mix of items, including a stuffed mongoose, a globe, a musical instrument with only 2 strings, and a yellow handbag. Dobbins looks up and scowls as we approach. He does not seem pleased to see Tinker. "What you want, Tink?" he says, nosing into my business again. "Maybe," says Tinker cautiously, "but I'm not accusing you of anything at this time. You have your own ways of acquiring your goods, and that's fine. We'd just like to know about the woman who had this handbag." Dobbins looks at the yellow handbag. "Well, I didn't thieve it," he says, "but anyway, what's it worth?" "Do you want to give Dobbins 1/10 of the funds from Mycroft? If not, go elsewhere. If you do, read on." So, time to spend. I wonder what the deal is with this 1/10 thing. Okay, so we're at 28 WC. We're going to give him 1/10 of the money, right? Everyone's agreed on that. This little street urchin's going to get some cash from us. All right, so we decide to do it. Dobbin's eyes light up at the coins we hand over. I'm just going to make a note, 1/10 money spent. Dobbins. What is it about that stupid bag? He asks. That woman found me at Charing Cross early this morning and told me she would be there just after 1 p.m. and I was to take her bag and run off. She said I could do what I liked with it. I know it sounds like I'm trying to con ya, but it's the truth. She gave me a shilling and said there would be another for me in the bag, and there was. And was there anything else in it? Nothing at all. Do you want to spend 1/10 of the funds from Mycroft to buy the handbag? If not, leave the market. If you do, read on. Well, we know she's our person. We know she stole it, and we think she may have handed it off to someone else. Maybe that guy at the hotel. But clearly we got to pursue this lead for 1/10, right? No need to buy it anymore, says Zachary Brown in the comments. Seriously? You mean because it's empty? But what if it's got... I mean, yes, she's obviously taken the thing out of it. But is there trace evidence enough in the 1800s that something could be found in it? Fingerprint? Or... He says it's empty. Do you want to spend 1/10? If you do, read on. I mean, I think for 1/10 of the money, we got to spend it just in case. I'm going to spend it and buy the purse. Okay. We examine the handbag, and it is clearly large enough to have contained the file. But, as Dobbins says, it is now empty. Circle the letter Z. Okay, circle the letter Z. We haven't been waiting for that. Then it says, do you have a circled T? If not, go elsewhere. Oh my God, we don't have the T. It's another location, but that's the third thing that needs T. What do you think this T is? All right, so we have to come back to 28WC. Wow. Do you think, like, if there are 3 places that need T, could we infer something about what T is from the different places that need it? Like, what else was our circle T? What else wanted to know about T? Huh. So one was the florist, where his brown gloves were found. That wanted to know if we had a circled T. And then there was 98 Southwest. '98 Southwest was the park. So the park, the florist, and here want to know if we have a circled T. All right, let's read this clue again. So she hires this guy in the morning. Let's see, 28, let me see. She hires this kid in the morning at Charing Cross. So that may be her train station of choice. She says, I'm going to be here just after 1. Take the bag and run off. She said I could do what I liked with it. I know it sounds like I'm trying to con you. So let's make our page of questions. We are told in the beginning of this case that we have to figure out who took it, who is the thief, and then, if we can, secretly replace. But now we have a new question, right? So it seems pretty clear that this woman stole it and then handed it off to someone. So why, who did she give it to? If it's true that she stole it, who did she give it to? Along the way, and it has to be in that time frame, right? She had very little time. Cab drops it off at 1 p.m. She goes right to the cab, right from the Diogenes, right to the cab, drops off at 1 p.m., then goes to Charing Cross Station and catches a 1:12. So she only had 12 minutes in there. But perhaps enough time to meet someone at the hotel. But okay, my point is, though, who did she give the file to? And then, why make it look like it was stolen? Like, that's odd, right? Like, who is she trying to deceive into thinking it was stolen with something in it? It's almost like a double cross, like she's hired to steal it. She can't be blackmailing for it. She has to sort of want to claim that she doesn't have it. Strange. Very strange. Now, I really wanted there to be something in that hotel. We circled Z when we got the purse. I feel like we could maybe bring that person to be examined by our examiner, which might not be a terrible idea. We're going to keep track of our money spent, by the way. We spent 1/10 and then 1/10. These are both at location 28 WC Dobbins. And at the Grand Hotel, which was 22, what did it want us to have? Do we have a circled V? And we didn't have a V. So we couldn't learn anything. Let me look at this newspaper again. I want to look at this guy who was at the hotel. Gas lamp for sale. Mr. Crawley, Grand Hotel, 1:15 p.m. sharp. It's a patent. We don't know what this file was that was stolen. Imagine if it's for some underwater welding tool. It would kind of be nice to have a different color for leads that we need to return to versus new leads. I'm going to swap these out. Actually, we went to, oh yeah, Covent Gardens is one to return to. These are all ones to return to. St. James Park. And the Diogenes. So I'm using gold to be places to come back to. We should remember we didn't track that second flower shop he went to. We don't, I mean, yeah. So she has to know she's going to steal this. She knew in the morning that she was going to steal it and want someone to steal her purse. All right. I do want to have someone look at that purse. But I think maybe we go to Waterloo Station first. No, I think we're going to have someone look at that purse first. Analysis of all items and substances found during investigations. We may have to come back to here, but I want to go here and see if this guy sees anything about the purse. 22 Southwest is our informant for criminologist. 22 Southwest. Guess we put that on the map. 22 Southwest. I feel like this could be a 7 a.m. case. 22 Southwest, criminologist. And we are now visiting them. There is no 22 Southwest. How can that be? Is that not Southwest? 22 Southwest. There's always... Alright, well, there's nothing there. We don't even have to count it. 22 Southwest, really? No? Okay. Alright, well... I thought they might at least take a look at it. We could go to Sherlock Holmes to get some advice from him. Police reports. Old criminal records. Underworld affairs. London society gossip. All right, let's go to Waterloo Station. I'm still going to circle back to this hotel and this guy to see if maybe he's related. But let's go to Waterloo Station first, which is 37 Southeast. 37 Southeast. $37 Southeast. Do you want to spend 1/10 of your funds from Mycroft to take a train from Waterloo? If you do, take the time of the train you want to catch and look up that number in area EC. For example, if you want to catch a train at 5:15, turn to, okay, so, all right, so this is if we want to take a train. Do we have a special trains page? No. All right, so there was trains we could take at Charing Cross. We could take a train. Was 21 WC. We could also take a train from Waterloo, which is 37 Southeast. So I'm going to replace that with a gold. But there's actually more information here. The woman with the bright blue hat? Yes, I saw her get off the train at 1:15. Stands out a bit in that hat, does she not? She spoke to one of our other guards, Barry Holt, for about 5 minutes before getting into a cab. Did you see her give anything to Barry? Not that I noticed. I don't think she was carrying anything. Where's Barry now? He finished his shift and left at 1:47 p.m. I think he also got in a cab and mentioned Euston Station. Has he worked here long? He normally works at London Bridge Station, but because of some problems from yesterday's storm, we were short on staff today and he was drafted in to help us out. Circle the letter G. All right, so we're circling G. 137. Okay, so 37 Southeast, Waterloo Station. So we learn here that the lady with blue hat let's keep in mind at least the option that the blue hat is like a decoy thing so that two women are identified as the same woman just because of the blue hat, but really it's two different women. Just something to consider. Okay, so she talks to Barry for 5 minutes. Talks to Barry for 5 minutes. He's drafted to be here at the last minute because of this storm, so surely he's not in on anything. And then she gets in cab. I saw her get off the train at 1:15. So at 1:15 p.m., she gets off the train. So she gets on it here, she gets off the train here, and she gets in a cab. She spoke for 5 minutes, so we're going to assume that she got in a cab at 1:20 p.m. Right? She gets off the train at 1:15. 1:15, which is 1:15. She talks to the guard for 5 minutes and then gets in a cab. So it gets in a cab at 1:20. Then he finishes shift at 1:47, also gets in a cab to Euston Station. Euston Station came up before when we looked at our schedule here. I don't think that's relevant for us. I think that, oh yeah, Euston Station. Charing Cross via Waterloo. I don't think that's relevantly, but if we do care, Barry gets in a cab at 1:47 p.m. So if we did want to track down Barry, we could probably look up his cab, but I think we look up her cab. We could track down Barry and find out what she asked him about. Right? That could be useful. To Euston Station. He normally works at London Bridge Station. He finishes his shift. He normally works at London Bridge Station. And circle the letter G, which we did. I am sort of curious to ask Barry what she talked to him about. He works at London Station. So if he's getting drafted around, then he finishes his shift. Maybe he goes to Euston Station. So let's take a look here. Let's just make some marks here. London Bridge Station. That's where she said he normally works, right? He normally works at London Bridge Station, which is 4EC. And then he thinks that she heard him talking about taking a cab to Euston Station. Which, where is Euston Station? I feel like it might be important to know what she talked to him about. She might just be talking about delays, like could I get there in time? Should I take a cab? Should I take a train? Don't forget all those just delays. Euston Station is 52WC. 52WC. Let's see where that is. All the way up there. So that's where Barry went, and he would remember talking to that woman. She gets in a cab. Well, let's see if we can find out. Let's see if we can find out what cab she got in, because we know her time, the time she got in the cab, right? So 1:20 p.m. So we're going to look up 120 Southeast. Southeast is cab lady from Waterloo at 1:20 p.m. Okay, 120 Southeast. The cabs were Southeast, right? Cab Southeast. All right, 120 Southeast. I feel like this is going to be good information for us. 120 Southeast. A young woman with a bright blue hat went from Waterloo Station to Liverpool Street Station, says an old cabbie named Jensen. We arrived at the station at 1:45 p.m. Okay. So we know lady takes cab to that was at 120 Southeast. Okay. She takes a cab to Liverpool Street Station. At 1:45 p.m. she arrives. And then it's a circle the letter I. Another circled letter, and it's not a letter we've been waiting for. Okay. Now, I do want to point out something probably insignificant, but Liverpool Street Station, in the letter to the Times from the guy who's also selling the patent rights, who says be there 1:15 p.m. sharp, he says, I return to Liverpool tomorrow with a new respect for my home city. So Liverpool Station now, we got to put out, where is Liverpool Station? So she takes a cab from here. That's that guy's house. She goes to Liverpool Street Station, which is here. That's a long cab ride. Charing Cross. So is there no better way? Charing Cross to Waterloo to London Bridge. That's different. Liverpool. So maybe she was talking to him like, how do I get, how do I catch the train to Liverpool? And he's like, everything is backed up. Everything is delayed. You might as well take a cab. All right. Waterloo to Liverpool. It makes sense, right? That she's on a timetable. There's all these delays, so she's taking cabs. We arrived at the station at 1:45 p.m. All right. Well, let's go to Liverpool Station then, which is 9EC. Let's see if anyone notices her, but I mean, she doesn't have it, right? She doesn't have the file. Are we chasing a wild goose chase now? We know she's involved, but she doesn't have it. She had to have gotten rid of it then. If she took it, which I think she did. She took it. She heads over to this cab. She could have given it to our guy. Our guy has a briefcase too, Mabry. Why did we not see anything about his briefcase? Like when we talked to him, he didn't have a briefcase. Could he have left that somewhere too? All right, without trying to connect Mabry. Mabry gave his name, so he would only possibly be a witness. He's not involved. Okay, so she's on her own. So she steals it. She walks down, quickly takes a cab to Charing Cross, then has a couple minutes to kill, and has already planned to have this guy steal it. So it feels to me like she handed it off. She must have known that she was going to hand it off there. There are a couple places around there that we could go to. There's, in addition to the Grand Hotel, there's the Charing Cross Hotel, which is right across the street. And there's also some music hall. Tivoli Music Hall. Where is this music hall that this person is presenting at? Tonight at the Lyceum at 7 p.m. Miss S. Pierce will delight and amuse. Well, it still feels like we should be tracing this woman down as much as we can. If we catch her and talk to her, maybe she'll tell us where it went or something. And then if we run down that lead and can't go anywhere, maybe we come back and try to pinpoint who she may have had contact with, either at the park or at the Grand Hotel. Well, let's go to Liverpool Station, 9EC. Anyone in the chat have any side point? Okay, 9EC. 9EC. Do you want to spend 1/10 of the funds from Mycroft to take a train from Liverpool Street? If you do, take the train. All right, so this is another train entry. I guess what's going to happen is eventually we're going to find where someone got on a train. And then we're going to want to take that train. So far, she hasn't gotten on an actual train, and she's just taken local trips. So we could take the train there if we want, but we don't want to. If you have circled I, read the text below before deciding whether to take a train. If you have a circled I, read the following paragraph to decide if you take the train. which we do have an I because we followed her from that point. We asked the station staff about a short woman in a blue hat. The ticket seller informs us that the woman bought a ticket to Chelmsford. Aha. Ticket to Chelmsford. Well, that's intriguing. We only got that because we got the I that we've been tracing down. So at Liverpool Station, which I didn't write down. So let's find out. When we get to the woman, 115 Charing to... we're going to have to make a new page for this woman. Okay, she takes a cab to Liverpool Station, arrives at 1:45 p.m. Then we're told she gets on train to Chelmsford. So if she got on a 1:45 at Liverpool, then the next train she would have gotten would be the 1:52 p.m. to Chelmsford, Gloucester. Okay, so we missed that train. She took that train, but it's past then now. The next train to Chelmsford is 2:31 p.m. $2:31 p.m. I mean, it's like it's our time. I think we're going to take that train and see what happens. Let's do it, guys. Let's take a train. So, next train to Chelmsford is at 2:31 p.m. We're only allowed to take trains after our starting time, which is 2:30. So we're going to change our we're going to take the train. So let's read how to take a train. This was at 9 EC. Do we want to spend 1/10? So we're going to spend another 1/10. It's kind of exciting that we're 1/10 to take train at Liverpool, 2:31 p.m. to Chelmsford. Okay, so if you do, take the time of the train you want to catch, which must be later than any time written at the top of your notes, and look up that number in area WC. So 2:31 WC. $2:31 WC. We're going to take that train. We spent the money. Before we do, though, I do want to check out something. Because this part about if you have a circle this, read this first. I want to make sure that there weren't others that we should have looked up that we didn't in those train instructions. Okay, so this is tricky. I would make, here's a little note to Dave Neal. This fact that buried in this instructions for the train is a note that says, if you have a circle this, read this. Because we did have an S, so we were allowed to read that. But that would be easy to read that by mistake. 21 WC. Yes, okay, so we're all legit. We did everything right, but we have to be careful when we read that paragraph of train instructions. There could be a little sentence that says, if you have this letter, then you read the next thing. Luckily, we had the thing that was supposed to read it. So we've tracked her down like 3 hops, and now we've bought a train ticket, and we spent a little money. Now we're going to 2:31 WC, which I think we should be excited about. Do you have a circled eye? If not, you will light at your chosen stop but learn nothing. But we do have a circled eye because there's a reason we followed this train. That's the game mechanic. It's telling us, like, are you just taking random trains or not? Okay. And we'd get back at 4:30 p.m. Note the time. If you do have a circled eye, read on. We alight at Chelmsford and make inquiries about a short woman in a bright blue hat. I want to make a note here because that jumped out at me about short woman in hat. Remember our theory of two women? Like, before I continue reading this, like in the introduction, was she also short? A lady with a bright blue hat and a yellow handbag. No mention of her being short. And then the other guy who sees her says, he saw the lady with the blue hat on the corner of the Diogenes Club. No one mentions she's short until somewhere. I'm just going to put on our little note of things to wrap bows on. Is when did the lady become short? Like, when did people start telling her she was short? We got Dobbins that robbed her. Does he mention she was short? Just in case it was a different woman. Okay. We alight at Chelmsford and make inquiries about a short woman in a bright blue hat. Eventually, we track her down to Bentley's Cafe on Duke Street, where she is sitting in the window sipping some tea. We found the woman. We watch her for 10 minutes. Then she gets up and leaves. She is in a simple dress, a small petticoat, and carrying no bag. If she did have the file, says Wiggins, it looks like she doesn't have it now. We enter the cafe and search around the table she was seated at, but find nothing. The cafe owner tells us he does not know the lady, but she came in about 20 minutes ago, and he did not see her speak to anyone else while she was there. Somewhat dejected, we return to London and arrive back at 4:30 p.m. Note the time. So it's now 4:30 p.m. So we wasted 2 hours. It does say, if you have a circled letter T, read the following paragraph, which we don't have. Oh my God, I can't believe we don't have the T. That's our fourth thing that wanted us to have a T. 231 WC. Now, I'm a little... normally the rules say you can always go back and read it once you get a letter. It's a little weird if we could do that. If we could do that even if a train ride. Boy, I hope we didn't miss circling that T. It feels like we should have circled that a long time ago. Everything is asking us about it. Let's read what it says again. We watch her for 10 minutes. I remember Dave Neal said there are people that if they miss this thing, they have a bad experience and can't track it down. I just hope we haven't gone down that path. If she did have it, she doesn't have it now. So she spends 10 minutes. She gets up and leaves. Simple dress, small petticoat, carrying no bag. 20 minutes ago. Somewhat dejected, we return to London and arrive back at 4:30 p.m. It's more identification of what she's wearing. So she's in a simple dress and a petticoat. Simple dress, and petticoat. I'm starting to feel like some decoy situation was being set up. That is really troublesome for us. I want to go back and look at Dobbins and see what he describes. He says the same woman. He says the same woman sees her in the morning, sees her at night. Okay, there's Dobbins. That woman found me at Charing Cross, told me she would be there after 1 p.m. after church to take her bag and run out. So she takes like a train to a cab to a train. Is this just to throw us off the trail? Mycroft did say they knew that you would be following them. So we should keep that in mind. If they know we're following them, it's now 4:30. We wasted a couple hours. The cat wants to jump up here. Can you see a little cat right there? That's very tricky. But he says same woman shows up. It's almost like a decoy. Short, plain dress, petticoat. Like, I just wish, I'd like to, I've got that little nagging voice that says, like, when did she become a short woman in a petticoat? I know that we were tracking her down, her whereabouts. One was Waterloo Station and then Liverpool Street Station. So let's just quickly walk back those and see. So Waterloo was 37 WC. No, Waterloo was 37 Southeast. "37 Southeast, the one with the bright blue hat. She got off the train. She talked to Barry. He normally works at London Bridge. Some problems. I think he got in a cab and mentioned Euston Station. So I think we may want to go to Euston Station and see if we can see what Barry says about her. Doesn't see anyone give anything to her. That was 37, and then we went to Liverpool Station. I'm just trying to track down to see if at any point someone describes her any differently. Short woman in a blue hat. She took her ticket. Okay, Charing Cross was 27 WC. It says if you have a circled X, which we don't. If you do have an X, read on. Woman in a bright blue hat. I remember her because she stopped just a few yards and put her yellow handbag on the ground. A few seconds later, chased off. She was welcome to it. Inner London. Finds a bric-a-brac. It's like she's been hired to just distract us. So have we been... Mabry is jumping around. This woman's jumping around. But she does have that purse. Could they all be involved? London Bridge Station was just his home where Barry normally worked. So that's not an honest clue. That's a long shot clue. Mabry says he's setting up dates. I mean, you can't set up dates and have affairs scheduled way in advance. What was Victoria Station? That was just where we thought someone might be going, right? We had no reason to go there. All right, I don't have a better thing to do, so I'm going to go, and I couldn't find when she started to be described as a short woman. Well, there were a couple of cabbies that described her getting in. Like if you were doing a spy operation, you might have a double because they expect to be followed. They expect to be followed. So what if like there was... No, they expect to be followed still doesn't make sense that it was a woman. It makes sense that she stole it, handed it off to someone, and then was just instructed to waste time and take someone on a wild goose chase. So if that's true, by the time she gets here and talks to Barry, she's just taking us on a wild goose chase. And Barry got redirected there by accident, so he's not part of it. It has to be something that happened here. Before she gets to the station. All right, I'm going to take some shots here. What happened when we went to the hotel? I mean, this hotel is very suspicious to me. If you have a circled V, if you don't have a circled V, you earn nothing at the place. Water lamp for sale. Inquiries to Mr. Crawley Grand Hotel before 1:15 p.m. How are we going to find these letters? You don't think we missed one of these letters, do you? Like something that told us to circle a T, but we didn't. All right. This would be a good time for us to look at one of our informants. Perhaps it's time to talk to Sherlock Holmes himself, 42 Northwest. Let's see if Sherlock Holmes has any idea of a clue for us. 42 Northwest. The key in this case, says Holmes, is to work out who the thief is and then track their movements, or rather, the movements of the file as precisely as possible. Consider all the points it could have changed hands. That is the path we are pursuing, the idea that it could have changed hands. The thief may well have left it in something or at some appointed place for an accomplice to collect. The woman in the blue hat's movements are rather strange, are they not? Do you have a circled D, a circled F, and or a circled Y? We don't have D, we don't have F, we don't have Y. If so, be sure to only read D, F, Y. It's crazy how many things we don't have. Like, wow. We don't have D. We don't have F. We don't have Y. So these are more things that Holmes could give us some insight on if we found them. So we could come back to Sherlock Holmes when we find these things. All right. Well, I mean, somewhere between her leaving here, I mean, Mabry is the person she would have crossed paths with. Yes. But also the plumber. But he didn't have it in his possession, and he's there at 1 p.m. By the time she gets to the station, she doesn't have it. Let's read our description of the story. I wonder if this is going to be a case that we don't finish on one live stream. Every numbered entry you read counts as a lead for scoring unless you're told. Otherwise, it's important to track the number of leads. The travel is the time, but there's always a way to do it. Fake file containing misinformation. A warrant. Just rereading the case again. Money. Be aware the thief will expect to be followed, so they're doing things to throw us off our case, off their trail. She went down Regent Street towards the Diogenes. Came in the club. The lady is seen at the back at 12:48. She's headed to St. James Park where she catches a cab. She gets her cab. She catches her cab to Charing Cross, which we looked up was 1253 Southeast. A young lady with a bright blue hat and yellow handbag dropped her off at 1 p.m. So he drops her off at 1 p.m. in the corner there. Drops her off at 1 p.m. What else do we know about her timeline? Drops her off at 1 p.m. on the corner. She catches the 112. So she has 12 minutes there. She has 12 minutes. If anyone is still awake in It says, I suspect that Zachary Brown says, I suspect the tea is being deliberately withheld, and when we finally find it, it'll throw both the case wide open. That sounds like something I would say. And then there's a question about, is it allowed to not finish the story in a single live stream? I mean, I could stay up for another 12 hours. I just don't know what's YouTube's limit. And if you want to just see me sitting here with the pipe for 15 minutes thinking, is it time for another break? When did we take our last break? I feel like it might have been an hour ago. All right, let's take another 5-minute break. These are sort of enforced breaks. I'm not sure they're really needed, but let's take another 5-minute break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. This might be a good time to subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Leave a comment if you realize if you're following along and you realize something terrible that we've missed. So I've got a couple of areas that we might attack. One is to look more around this area where she had a 10-minute gap. I mean, a 10-minute gap is like she could only go to a couple buildings in there. So that's tempting. It's disturbing to me that the Grand Hotel, when we tried to look in there, it said, do you have the number T? It suggests that there's some other piece of evidence that we're missing. That would unlock so much of this. Okay, so that's one area of attack. Another area of attack is to be a little bit more suspicious of Mabry. Like I'm curious about like rereading his stuff. In the initial introduction to the story, like we know she's involved. We know she's doing some stuff, but she handed it off to someone. Now, did she hand it off to one of those other two? Are they all involved? They all be buying matches? Would he give his name? Surely he's not involved. But it is a little weird that he went to the rose shop. And why did the flower people want to know, like, the... (28WC), when we went to the bric-a-brac, it's almost like I almost feel like the fact that we're being asked, like when we went to the bric-a-brac, it says, do you have circled a T? Like, that's got to be something about the woman. Like, was she short or was she tall? Like, if there were two different women. That's what I'm starting to think. Like, what if that T is something about the woman, that one is short and one is tall? Is Mycroft in this? It was Mycroft in the old Sherlock Holmes box that knew about foreign stuff, because he's a foreign spy. But he's not in there. When we went to the Diogenes Hotel early on, it said, do you have O circled or X circled? Which we didn't have any of these. Let's just backtrack some of these and look them up. Southwest. Oh, it's 8 Southwest. It doesn't pick up anything. Do you have a circled O or circled X? If not, you learn nothing and go elsewhere. Okay. Again, the woman is not referred to as tall anywhere, right? But not referred to as short either. Lady with a bright blue hat and yellow handbag. The woman in the blue hat came from the west. She had a newspaper tucked under her arm. She went down Regent Street. Maybury wandered around. He saw the lady with the blue hat in the corner. She headed into St. James Park. Is it curious to you that no one's referring to her as small and then all of a sudden short and then all of a sudden everyone's referring to her as short? Where was our first encounter with her? Let's look at our notes here. So we know she leaves, she heads to St. James Park. We went to St. James Park. If you have a circled X, do you have a circled K? We did have a K. That's when we talked to the guy, the plumber. We look in his bag, there's nothing there. And he actually knows my second cousin. Do you have a circled T? If so, read something else. So it's another T. I'm going back and seeing if we can find that T. Okay, so we didn't find that, but we did figure out she took a cab. So we went to 1252 Southeast. I'm going back over all of our past leads to see if we can't figure out. I had a fare, a young lady with a bright blue hat and a yellow handbag. Again, doesn't mention that she's short. Picked her up outside the Admiralty. Dropped her off at the Strand at 1 p.m. Okay. Then we go into Charing Cross Station, which is 21 WC. We're tracing back all of our spottings of her. WC. If you have a circled X, which we didn't have, a woman in a bright blue hat came to the station a minute or two after 1 p.m. Oh, she comes to the station a minute or two after 1 p.m. She got dropped off at 1 p.m. and it only took her a minute? Exactly 1 p.m. Okay. A minute or two. So she really didn't have 10 minutes. She just had a minute or two. She stopped just a few yards from me, put her yellow handbag on the ground. They go chasing. She said, "I'll let him have it." Glanced at the ticket. Was she carrying anything else? No. What was she wearing? Besides her incredible hat, a plain dress and a small petticoat. A plain dress and a small petticoat. And circle the letter S, which we did circle. Plain dress and a small petticoat. So she only had a minute. She wasn't carrying the newspaper anymore. She had to be the one. Okay, I got a clue here. I think that guy left, who left the left the ad for the water gas lamp is somehow in on this, and they met up at that Grand Hotel. And I don't know how to follow through with that, but I did notice this. Listen to this. Barker's detective agency announces visiting expertise in the devising and successful reading of secret messages and other forms of clandestine communication. 66 High Street. Now I'm really realizing if the personal is a secret communication, maybe this guy will have some insight into it. So let's try that. Let's see if he can tell us not only that this was a secret communication, but some insight about it. So 66WC. 66WC News Secrets. I'll just say 66WC. Please tell me it doesn't want a T. Do you have a circled Y? If not, you learn nothing useful. Oh my God, it's another letter that we don't have. That's crazy. It's just insanity that we keep finding leads that we don't have the letters for. But yeah, I think maybe this guy placed an ad maybe this ad was a secret message that she had to meet him there at 1:15 p.m. sharp. I mean, there's a bicycle shop. Who would have rented a bicycle? We have no clues about that. We have the telegraph station. All right, I'm going to go to the telegraph station. Did we put our yellow mark on that? 66WC. That has to be a gold mark. $66WC. This was the guy that could read secret communications. I'm thinking that it's worth a try at that telegraph. If it's not the personals, then maybe it's a telegraph. It's the night before. That guy did arrive the night before. 37 EC. EC. See telegraph. 37 EC. As the night goes on, my notes get sloppier. Telegraph. Okay. There is an entry for that at least. You may pay to send a telegram to one or more police constabularies with information on the current carrier of the stolen file, so the police can attempt to recover it. To give the force a chance of apprehending the carrier, you should be able to describe the current carrier and give the name alias they are traveling under. If you cannot do this, it is unadvisable to send any telegrams. Okay, so this is a location that, again, we can't do anything at because we don't know what to do. Mr. Marmaduke Crawley. This is a hard case. All right, if she only had a minute and she did want to hand it off, she could have handed it off in the park. Okay, so wait, stop for a second. Let's remember that in the beginning we said, why would she walk down to catch a cab to the park to get a train in the other direction when it's just 2 blocks away? So maybe we should give more thought to that. Did she go there to hand it off to someone? If we look at our map, so I guess we need to, so where is our, okay, so here's where she, sorry, okay, so here's where she is seen. She goes down here, gets a cab to here. We checked the park. We checked the German embassy. And we know she went right to the cab, or someone did, looking like her. We checked the park, it wanted the T. Treasury, government offices. So either she did rush right to the park with it and then trade it off before she got in the, before her thing was stolen. In which case we think she did a handoff here somewhere very close by. Or she handed it off here somewhere because again she only had 3 minutes to go there. Or she never had it. When we went to the park, let's go to the park again. Southwest, huh? 98 Southwest. We go to the park. We see the trees outside the Admiralty. We see the cabbies. We ask some people if they have seen a young woman in a blue hat, but none remember her. Then if we had the X, we could read something. If we have the K. We do have the K, so that's when we see the plumber. He's got the star. We look in his bag, no file. And then it wants to know if we have the circled T. Okay. Let's see if we can check some of these areas around the Grand Hotel to see if maybe she was spotted meeting with someone here. There's the music hall. There's the Charing Cross Hotel. Let's start with the Charing Cross Hotel. This is a little bit of searching, hitting in the dark, but 90 EC, no. It's not EC, is it? It's 90 WC. WC, no. That was the other hotel, and there that was the Charing Cross Hotel. Okay. Let's check 23 WC. That's another building right near there. No. Okay. How about 20 WC? 20 WC, no. So we check the areas that she would have gone there, no. The Grand Hotel, 22 WC again, that's the one that wouldn't let us read anything. Do you have a circled V? Which we don't have. All right. I mean, we're just... We're a bit stuck here. I'm going to go to the Carlton Club, which is where they thought the plumber might have walked into, but we don't think he did because we think he went somewhere else. But that's 7 Southwest. No one at the Carlton Club remembers seeing any of the 3 suspects, so yeah. I'm going to mark that down as a lead because there was an entry there, but as we thought, no one was in there. So let's get rid of that. Wow, that's tough, huh? Let's look at Charington Cross Station again, 21 WC. If you have X circled, which we don't, woman in a bright blue hat came into the station. She stopped a few yards, put her yellow handbag on the ground. The kid robbed her. We knew she arranged that. Her incredible hat, a plain dress, and a small petticoat. Circle the letter S. So she doesn't have it by then. She's handed it off to someone. Okay, let's go back to Mabry. Let's run down the leads with Mabry again. Let's see. It's the only other person. We've tracked down her whole thing. Brown gloves. I mean, we could hit these other. All right, I want to track down Mabry. There was a flower shop he went to at 9 WC, I think, that we never followed through on. 9 WC. All right. He bought the roses there. It's kind of weird, but the staff at Mail and Company confirmed that a man in an orange cravat bought some roses earlier today. Okay. Let's go reread what it said about the British Museum. Is that where he went second? 38 WC. Circle the letter P, which we did. I'm also looking for things we might not have circled. He looks for his gloves. He leaves them. He gets in a cab. And then he went to the National Gallery at 24 WC. Let's read that again. So we catch him. He did inquire. He says, let's discuss this in private. He doesn't want the woman he's dating to see him. I'm not happy about being followed. If you don't mention what you saw, he looks back at the lady waiting for him with a smile on her face and who you might have seen me with, and we can leave this there. There could be a terrible misunderstanding. When you make your decision, come by. Okay, so he's not involved at all. He's just walking around. All right, let's go find out what this woman talked to that worker about, even though by then she'd already gotten rid of it. Euston Station, 52 WC. This is the place that the Barry went to after his shift ended, which could be his way home. This might not be an entry here at all. 52 WC. Do you want to spend 10th to go take a train? But it does ask if we got a Circle G, which we do. We asked the station staff about Barry Holt. Oh yes, says one of the guard. He came through earlier today. He works some shifts at Ealing Broadway, so we see him quite regularly. Was he carrying anything? I don't think so, no. So she didn't hand it to him, but we knew that already. She didn't have it by the time it got to him. Is it a long shot to think she could have left it in the cab? So that was a very interesting, I'm just remembering, like, she gets in the cab, she goes to Charing Cross Station, right? The cab guy says, I dropped her off at precisely 1 p.m. I assumed she was going to Charing Cross Station, but I had another passenger right there that I had to pick up. Shall we take a look at who? That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? All right, so $12.52, the lady gets in her cab. So let's just reread that. Every time I think, why wouldn't it be fantastic if that's what happened? It never is. So I picked her up outside Admiralty, dropped her near the corner of Villiers Street and the Strand at exactly 1 p.m. I assumed she was heading for Charing Cross, but I got another fare as soon as she got off, so I don't know for sure. So 1 p.m. would be 100 Southeast. Okay, we got something here. Exciting, isn't it? Well, says Reggie, my 1 p.m. fare was a tall man with a beard who carried a shiny new black briefcase, one of those Roberts and Parfit ones, and I think he was holding a bill from the Grand Hotel. He also had a suitcase which I loaded onto the roof, and he was a tad aggressive. He pushed another gentleman out of the way to get expressly into my cab. We went from the corner of Villiers Street to Victoria Station, where I dropped him off at 1:25. Circle the letter V. Okay, so we're starting to unravel the stuff here. Okay, so we've just circled V. 100 Southeast. Southeast. circled V. So we've got a couple places where that V is wanted, or one place where the V is wanted. But we've also got a full description of our guy and what train station he went to. Okay, so we're gonna let's pause for a second and remark at how awesome that was. Like, we knew she had to get rid of it by the time she got to the station, but she so quickly got in the cab and then so quickly got from off the cab to the train. But then we remembered the cabbie saying, like, I dropped her off. I saw where I think she went, but I didn't have time because someone else jumped in the cab right away. And then we're like, okay, tell us about that guy who got in your cab. How cool is that? Dave Neal is very clever. Okay, so we cracked the case wide open, but we still have lots of stuff to figure out. And we're 5 hours in. All right, let's see what we've got about this guy now. Unfortunately, we followed that. We spent 2 hours following her on the train. That hurt. That hurt. That might make it too late for us to get the best ending. Okay, so 100 South, 100 SE. Okay, so here's what we know about this guy. Tall, beard, has a black briefcase from Roberts and Parfit. That's the name of the brand, I guess, or the store. We might be able to find the store where he bought it. And he has a bill from the Grand Hotel. So yeah, he was at the Grand Hotel. I mean, that's where the cab is, right across it. And I think that's what we're going to go back. I think that might be what the V lets us unlock. And he also had a suitcase. So I'm wondering if this isn't our guy who's trying to sell this patent. So, and he goes to the Victoria station and arrives at 1:25 p.m. What a clever handoff, although it seems a little tricky to coordinate that. Like, how does he know? How does she know to time it exactly? Well, I guess he doesn't have to time it exactly, right? He just has to be there sufficiently ahead of her cab to be waiting and waiting for the cab to arrive. Then her cab arrives, it's a little late, and he's like pissed off, and he just pushes his way in. All right, let's find where that V was. Now, I wrote a little bit of notes in a way I could barely read, but hopefully I'll be able to find it. So yes, at the Grand Hotel, they want to know if we have the V. All right, here we go. Please give us the letter T. I want that letter T pretty badly. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the Grand Hotel. Let's circle. Okay, we're going back to the Grand Hotel now to ask them about this gentleman and his bill. 22 WC. Now that we have the V. Patience, persistence pays off. Do you have a circled V? If not, you earn nothing. Okay, we do. A tall man with a beard and a Robertson Parfit briefcase, says the clerk at the counter, studying our warrant. Yeah, you mean Bernard Fallour. He stayed with us last night and left this morning just before 1 p.m. He registered with a Cambridge address. Did you notice anything unusual about him? Asked Simpson. On the whole, he seemed like a very ordinary chap, the clerk replies. One slightly odd thing was that this morning, when he left, I carried his suitcase and briefcase from his room for him. The briefcase latch slipped open, and as I descended the stairs, bizarrely, it was empty. Circle the letter D. Well, it didn't give us the letter T, but it did give us a D, which we are looking for somewhere else. So I believe we finished with our V's. We do need a D, which I did not write down there where it wanted, but you know what I think it was? I think it was Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, it was Holmes that wanted. Holmes was the only place that wanted a D. All right, well, let's write down what we were told here. So empty briefcase where he's going to put the thing in. So surely he has got it. Where are we? We went to 22 WC. Okay, so we know his name. We know the name he gave, at least. Bernard Fallour. In Cambridge somewhere. He stayed with us last night, left this morning just before 1 p.m. We know he got into the cab at 1 p.m. And we know he went to Victoria Station. He seemed ordinary, but the briefcase latch slipped open. And we know he was dropped off at 1:25 in Victoria. So if we look at our Victoria Station thing and we see well, that's interesting. At Victoria Station where he was dropped off at 1:25, Victoria Station does not go to Cambridge. Unless there's something we don't know about Cambridge. I'm looking for other trains that go to Cambridge to see if he might have changed trains. Yes, Liverpool does go to Cambridge. This says via Cambridge. Does that mean there's a Cambridge station? No, not according to this. There are delays of half an hour on the Cambridge to Norwich line. What is the Cambridge to Norwich line? Norwich via Cambridge, via Chelmsford. Well, when we went to let's go back to Victoria Station just to see if that's where he was dropped off. I want to see if there's something we want to say. If you have circled the letter G, read on. We ask about Barry. Okay, so Cambridge doesn't say, Victoria doesn't say anything about that. And we're sure that That's where he dropped him, huh? Victoria Station, where I dropped him off at 1:25. Well, let's talk to Holmes, since it's free. And let's see what he says about this guy. Only because, I'm not sure, maybe we should figure it out on our own, but I think the hour is getting late. Let's see if Holmes... Circle D. It sounds like you have a good description of the current carrier of the file and the name he's traveling under. Perhaps you could get that information to someone who could use it to apprehend him before he passes on the file or leaves the country. So Holmes is suggesting, hey, maybe it's time to call the police and tell him about this guy carrying the file. Do we really want to do that? I thought we wanted to replace the file, ideally. It's weird that we've got the name of this guy, but we've got all these letters that we never followed through on. O, F, T, T in particular, but also Y and X. He drops him off at Victoria Station, and he's strict about his schedule, right? We're assuming he actually is catching a train, which might not necessarily be true. But if it was true, 1:25. Let's just Bernard Favor. I'm just going to look him up just in case he's in here. Can't imagine he would be. No, there's no Favor here. So if he gets there at 1:25, the next train he can take is Eastbourne via Haywards Heath, which means nothing to me. Then an hour later is Portsmouth via Guildford. And 2 hours is Brighton via... All right, let's assume he's taking Eastbourne via Haywards Heath. How does that help us? Like, we could make a telegraph, and this could be like a thing, like maybe we're not supposed to know how he got to Cambridge, but it seems like it's awfully specific. Eastbourne via Haywards Heath. Let's look at our little delays here. Cambridge to Norwich line, Victoria Brighton, Waterloo Brighton. Victoria Station, the next train goes to Eastbourne via Haywards Heath. Does that mean that Haywards Heath is a local place? It's not in there. I mean, he's clearly traveling with his suitcase and briefcase. Stations. It's a lot of stations, but No Haywards Heath. Just because he gave a Cambridge address doesn't mean he lives in Cambridge, right? He could have given a fake address. So, if you had to guess where he was, you might say he was going to Eastbourne via Haywards Heath, but how does that help you? Eastbourne is one word, via Haywards Heath. That's just a train out of town. Like, it doesn't help us. In fact, there's no more trains out of there to Eastbourne. We've missed our chance to get on that train because we followed that woman. Like, the last train to Eastbourne via Haywards Heath was at 3:48. So we missed our chance, I think. If we hadn't followed that woman, then we would have had time to get on this train and maybe catch that guy. All those letters could have been that. That's kind of disappointing if that one train was it. There was a 3:48 p.m. train we could have gotten. All right, we don't know that he got on that train, but he had his suitcase. Like, where else is he going to go, right? And what does Holmes say? Hey, if you know, sounds like you have a good description and the name he's traveling under, perhaps you could get that information to someone who could use it to apprehend him before he passes on the file or leaves the country. So let's just look at our telegraph station, 37 EC. We can pay to send a telegram, information on the current carrier so the police can recover it. You should be able to describe the current carrier and give the name or alias they're traveling under. So we can do that. We have that information. To send a telegram, take the first and last letter of the constabulary you wish to send the telegram to, convert them to numbers, see the player aid, and multiply them together. Turn that number into an area in EC. For example, to send a telegram to Oxford, you would multiply 15 by 4 to get 60 and turn to 60 EC. The entry should begin with the words "the telegram." If it does not, there's no entry. Every time you send a telegram, it counts as a lead. So we could try Cambridge for that guy. And we could try the locations that that train is going. It just feels like that's not right. Can that really be right? It can't be that we found out his name, his description, and his address all at one shot, right? I think we were supposed to get on that train. But we missed our shot at that. Okay. We do know his name, though. So perhaps we can try to find some records about him. All right, so let's try to run down some other leads about this guy before we start sending telegrams all over England about where to find him. So we've got, and we didn't, Bernard, we got Bernard, bearded, tall, but we don't, we've got his name, but we don't know if that's an alias, but we could have records about his birth, death, marriage. Okay, so let's start by going to the National Archives, which is 17 WC. So we're going to go to the National Archives. 17 WC at Somerset House. If someone could find out what the maximum length for a YouTube stream is. Somerset House is closed. Okay. All right. What else we got? London Library, Encyclopedic Research. How about the London Police? Let's see if this guy has a police file. 13 SW. Lestrade isn't very smart, I don't think. 13 SW. We show Lestrade the warrant and ask for his assistance in tracking down the thief. I can try to get some men on the case, he says, but it will take some time. If the person you need to locate doesn't leave London and you have a description and the name they are traveling under, my officers may have a chance. If the thief was to leave London for some other destination, a telegram would need to be sent to the relevant constabulary. Okay, so he's just telling us, go send a telegram when you catch the guy. All right, well, that's unfortunate. Autopsies, gossip, London Society, gossip. I don't feel like we have anything. All right, how about Porky Shinwell, the guy who knows illegal affairs in the underworld, 52 EC. Then I think maybe we reread what that, or you think that woman was just, yeah, she was told to just take the police on a wild goose chase. Maybe we could find out when that guy arrived. 52 EC doesn't exist. That was the illegal stuff. Information on the news covered by the Times. So here's another idea for you. Probably a long shot. The guy gets in a cab. He gets dropped off at a specific time at Victoria Station to catch a train. But what if he changed cabs? Right? I mean, if he's trying to throw off police, it's an interesting idea. He arrives at Victoria Station at 1:25. So let's look up 125 Southeast, just in case this guy is really clever. Okay, he's not. He's not. I thought was going to be pretty good, though. But it is like, okay, the game is trying to tell us something, that he goes to Victoria Station and he gives his address as Cambridge, but there aren't trains at Victoria Station going to Cambridge. What was 9WC? Why is that in my notes as a thing? Is that just, was that the, I think that was the flower shop. Yeah, that's gone. That's nothing. That was there. Tall with a beard, a black briefcase, Robertson Perfit. All right, well, let's see. Is that, can we identify the location of that briefcase? Is that possible that he bought it under a different name? Robertson Parfit is 88 Southeast. Okay, that's tempting. He had some branded briefcase, 88 Southeast. Interesting. Like maybe he got it at one of these stations where he was going to. Okay, so let's go visit them. 88 Southeast. Boy, there's going to be some celebration if we find that letter T. 88 Southeast. The staff at Robertson Parfit say that they think a tall bearded man bought one of their briefcases yesterday afternoon. Would you be interested in a briefcase of the same workmanship, gentlemen? Asked the assistant. Do you want to spend 1/10 of your funds from Mycroft to buy a briefcase? If you do, circle the letter R. All right. We don't, nothing ever asked us for an R. Surely we're not going to circle the R just to embezzle those funds and get ourselves a nice briefcase. All right. Well, that was useless to us, though. That's a shame. It was there. But if he bought it here, doesn't it suggest that maybe he got on this train? So let's go to London Bridge Station, because we haven't been there yet, and see if maybe they recognize him there. Seems a long shot. 4 Southeast. Do you have circled G? Yes, we do. We asked the station staff about Barry Holt, oh, that's the guy who normally works there, and learned that he has worked for the railways for 15 years. His shifts divided primarily between London Bridge and Ealing Broadway, so that was useless. Totally useless. But he bought it yesterday here. And then he's staying here. Well, I guess he could have traveled to there. Do you want to check this hotel just in case he was staying there? No, it's not there. Doesn't count as anything. Wow. I mean, we had that great breakthrough where we figured out who it was. And then he got dropped off at Victoria Station. There is another station here. What is that station called? St. Pancras Station. Is that even in our newspaper schedules? St. Pancras Station. No. Cambridge to Norwich line. All right, well, I'm going to look it up. WC, just 49 WC. I don't know if we're reading too much into the fact that the Cambridge station doesn't appear on the... No, that's not there. Neither is 48 WC. So those locations aren't in the box. They don't count. He gets dropped off in Victoria Station. Does he think he's being followed? If he got on the 125, Victoria Station, sorry, he gets dropped off at 125. His next train is Eastbourne via Haywards Heath. I'm looking if there are other trains going to Eastbourne to see if maybe we could, there's another train we could take to catch up with him. I feel like the game, like it wouldn't punish us so badly by making that one wasted time from 2:30 to 4:30. These trains run till 8 p.m. Like, if he did get on this Eastbourne via Haywards Heath train, surely that wouldn't be the only way we could catch up with him and get this nice ending. Anyone in the comments? Okay, so I'm seeing some sites say it's 8 hours max, but they're older posts, so maybe outdated. But even if it's 8, I think you just have to end the stream and then continue on a new one. Yeah. All right, well, we got several hours left before we hit the 8-hour mark. It's 5 a.m. As long as the windows are closed and I can't see that it's getting bright out, we're fine. 5 hours 34. I might have to take another break soon. Yeah, I'm just... He comes in the night before. Let's read that... He was a tad aggressive, pushed a gentleman out of the way to expressly get in my cab. We went to the corner of Villiers Street to Victoria Station. Went from the corner of Villiers to Victoria Station, where I dropped him off at 125. And he's got a large suitcase on the roof, so he's not walking far, right? Then we circled the V, which we looked up. And Holmes offered us information about, let's just make sure there was nothing else that needed V. Lots of things wanted T. Things want S. So, I mean, you could look at it different ways. One way is the game could be like, if you were to get to him early enough to take the train, to meet up with him, then maybe you open this whole big set of options where you can replace the file and then come back and talk to Mycroft about it. It just seems like that's a little too soon for it to cut that off for us. The fact that we spent 2 hours on a false train seems a little unlikely that they would cut off all these endings and want us to end this game right now by calling in and this guy's description. The other thing is, let's go back to 22SW or 22WC. So when we go to the house that he's in, tall man with a beard with this briefcase, Bernard Falor. He stayed with us last night and left this morning. He registered with a Cambridge address. He was very ordinary. Briefcase slipped open. Circle the letter D. So, like, he registered with a Cambridge address, but no reason to believe that he would give his correct address or his correct name, right? It's an alias. It's an alias. It's not his correct name. It's not his correct address. So he doesn't live in Cambridge. That would be insane to give you a real address. But he was dropped off at Victoria Station with a heavy suitcase and his briefcase. He must want to get on the train. Now, I can imagine him transferring to a different cab. But if he was dropped off at 125, then he would have to get in another cab, right? So surely, I know I checked 125 Southeast. Yeah, so if there's no entry at 125, it was 125, right? This is what happens when these things happen. You start second guessing. I dropped him off at 125. Okay. So surely he, and his timing was tight. So the thing is, if he's getting on Victoria Station, 125, there's a train at 156, eastbourne via Haywards Heath. Sometimes when these say via, they mean other stations. Like these say via Waterloo, via Waterloo. This makes me think there's a Hayward Heath station. But when we look up stations, there's no Haywards Heath. That's frustrating. I guess it's north. If we assume he got on a train and left the whole place, then how are we supposed to give them the location where he went if he gave a force? Do we call Easton and Haywards Heath? Is that it? I'm looking at Haywards Heath. I don't see anything about Haywards Heath. There's so many pieces of the puzzle that 17th Somerset House, we tried to go there, right? Yeah, there's nothing there. They're closed. I guess that counts as a lead. So she transfers it to him. He gets dropped off at Victoria Station. We don't know that he gets on a train. When we go to Victoria Station, 52 WC, it's not even about him, right? It just says, do we want to take a train from, wait, 52 WC, oh, that's Euston. Oh, hold on a second, that's Euston, that's not Victoria. Where is Victoria Station? That's Euston Station. That's Liverpool. Where is Victoria Station? Did we not mark it properly? Aha, that might be interesting. Can you imagine if you're watching this and like you see we make a mistake and you're like screaming? But this is why Dave Neal should be in the channel to give us hints. But we don't want the hints, but 37 Southwest is Victoria Station. Okay, it's here. So now let's look up 37 Southwest, which I don't remember if we actually looked up. 37. If we're lucky, we didn't look it up. Okay, we didn't look it up. So I thought Victoria Station was here, so I probably was looking up this. But here is Victoria Station, where this guy took the cab to. So now we've actually got a new thing. Okay. So 37 Southwest. Do you want to take a train? Okay, we can take a train again. All right. If you have a circled V, which we do, read the text below before deciding whether to take a train. None of the employees we speak to remembers seeing the tall bearded man. We are about to give up when we speak to the clerk in charge of the safe deposit boxes and show him our warrant. Ah, he says, looking nervous, a tall man with a beard. Yes, he was here at 1:30 p.m. He accessed the safe deposit box and withdrew an envelope containing a note. He spent a minute or two studying it, moving his finger across it as he did so before throwing it away. Then he asked for a Victoria Station timetable and walked off. He looks at his logbook. That was at 1:40. Quickly, we turn our attention to the rubbish bin near the safe deposit boxes and find a small note on which the following is written. David, see you soon in Birmingham, 2nd. And it's all one word. Can you see that? I guess if it's a telegram, there's no spaces. See you soon in Birmingham, 2nd. Don't know what 2nd means. But why did he spend a minute or two studying such a short note? Muses Wiggins. Then he turns to the clerk. Had anyone else recently accessed the same box, he asks. Yeah, the clerk replies. I do recall an old gentleman accessing it yesterday morning. Can we see inside the deposit box? The clerk looks uncertain and calls his manager, who consults our warrant and then nods. The clerk opens box 74, but we find it empty. Circle the letter Y. Okay, so we have a couple things that involve Y. So we're circling Y. Circle Y. It also says, do you have a circled T? We still don't have T. We need T still. All right, let's make a note that T is at 37. We want yet another T. There's like 10. There's not 10, but there's 37 South W. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places that want that T. What could it be? All right, but we have cracked open some stuff here, right? We've got this note. 37 South W. We have a note in deposit box. Well, not in, that's probably where it was in deposit box. Number, let's see. Safe deposit box, envelope with a note. He studied the note, he threw away the note. Okay, so this is at 1:40 p.m. He gets the note. What safe deposit box? He gave us the number somewhere. Access note. He's moving his finger, so it's like some coded message. I think we're gonna go check out those hidden message people. It says David, which isn't our guy's actual name. See you soon in Birmingham. 2nd. Okay. And anyone access the same box, and he says an old gentleman, and this is box 74. So an old gentleman got there yesterday morning and left him this note. So we've now got a third accomplice. All right. Whew. That was close. We almost that this Victoria Station was wrong. All right. I think it's time for another 5-minute break. I think it's been over an hour or so. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. You are watching Co-op for Two. We're approaching the 6-hour mark here pretty soon. My father used to smoke pipe for my whole life and cigars, and we hated it. I mean, the kids hated the smell of the smoke and cigar and pipe. But then he died, and now it's pretty rare to smell someone smoking a cigar or pipe, at least in the Midwest, but it always just brings back fond memories if I smell it now. All right, so we found this note. It's a sort of secret note. I've looked on our records here. We've just circled the Y when we hear about this old man and the note. And now we can go back where there's a Y, and I know where it is. It's going to be those people who know how to decrypt things. So it's 66WC, which is here. This is going to be one of our gold things. 66WC. And they were in the newspaper, remember? They're like detective agency that know how to decrypt hidden messages. So let's see if we can crack that open. 66WC. Do you have a circled Y? Yes, we do. At Barker's Detective Agency, we are introduced to Mr. Merot, a Belgian mathematician with some knowledge of codes who is currently visiting London. Interesting, he says. When we show him, I don't know how to do a Belgian accent, when we show him the note from Victoria Station. You think this is a code? I can apply my expertise for a small fee, and it will take a bit of time, although I may not be able to decipher it entirely. Do you want to pay him 1/10 of your funds? If not, go elsewhere. So yeah, we're going to pay him to decipher this note. So let's keep track of our money. Another 1/10 of the funds. Okay, so basically you get 10 things you can hire out. So 1/10 we're doing at 66WC. These are the decrypted people. By the way, speaking of decrypting and mysteries, I just finished a book called Fermat's Enigma about how Andrew Wiles solved the Fermat's last theorem in the early 90s. And it goes through a whole tour of number theory and all the different areas of mathematics he had to draw on. And obviously Turing in World War II, who worked on the Enigma and cracking it, was a big part of that. I would recommend it. Fermat's Enigma. Definitely recommend it. Short book. Okay, so we're paying him. I recorded that we paid him 66WC. Let's write it down that we've gone to this crew. Oh, we don't have to write it down because we've already been there once and we recorded it. So we don't have to pay for it again. But we paid our 1/10. Okay. It says, add one more lead to your current tally. Okay, so it's making us take up a little bit of extra time. So I'm just going to add that lead there. Okay. Merot brings out a number of books about code-breaking, secret messages, and cryptic puzzles. For some time, he reads and cross-references the different texts and studies the note. From what you have said, he says eventually, it sounds like the note was left yesterday by a different man, so second is unlikely to refer to the date. If it relates to trains, it could mean the second train or second stop. And I think this punctuation is interesting. The dash, with secret codes, it is exactly those little details that can be crucial. I could perhaps decipher it entirely with more time and a bit more money. Do you want to pay another 1/10 of your funds to Mr. Merot? If not, go elsewhere. I think I do. I think he's on the right track. I like his thinking. But we're running out of money. So another 1/10 at 66WC. Is he going to try to keep squeezing more money out of us? Add one more lead to your current tally and circle the letter B. All right, we don't have anything asking for B. So that's a new thing for us. Moreau refers back to the books and studies the note and a train timetable. Eventually, he looks at us and grins. The punctuation is the same as that on the train timetable, he says. It is very simple. Count the letters each side of the colon and you get 522. You said this note was left at Victoria. There is a 522 from Victoria to Weymouth. On the train timetable, the part after the dash is where the train stops are listed. So second presumably refers to the second stop, which is Southampton. So let's see. How did he come up with that? We found 37 Southwest was Victoria Station. Okay, 37 Southwest was Victoria Station, and there was the note there. David, see you in Birmingham on the 2nd. So he's saying the 2nd is the second stop. And then the colon is 5. 5 for 5 letters in David. And then 22 letters in the next part. So 522 the second. So 522 stop number 2. Okay, I like this Belgian guy. So if we go to Victoria Station and we look at the 522, which I will note we still have time to catch. The 522 from Victoria, Brighton, Southampton, and Bournemouth. So 522 train from Victoria Station. Second stop is Southampton. So are we thinking this guy arrives at the station at 1:40 or so? This is hours before we arrive. He finds the note telling him where to meet this guy. The note is now in the future. So do we think this guy with the tall beard is like hanging around in Victoria Station waiting to board that train? So if we get on that train, are we going to see him on that train? I like to search around Victoria Station more, but we've finished out Victoria Station, right? There's not more Victoria Station that needs our... Oh, if we had a circle T, we could read more. Wow, I'd love to find that circle T. I mean, I'd love to find that letter T. Covent Gardens, that was also the T, I think. Yeah. Just looking at the other places. The Grand Hotel, which is 22, was that also 22 was a V. We actually finished 22 WC, I believe. We had it where that was the briefcase. So 22 actually got completed. That was the one that allowed us to track down that guy. The park wanted T again. The Diogenes Club had a couple letters it wanted. It wanted T and maybe the X. Sherlock Holmes knows something about that Y that we just found, but he's just going to send us to the decrypted people. I'm not even going to bother going back to him for that. Something wanted an F. I think that was Sherlock Holmes. Something wanted the letter O. But mostly it's X and T. And a lot of places wanted T. I wish I could guess what that T was. He bought his briefcase here. Then he goes to Victoria Station and he has to wait. So here's a funny idea. If he's waiting for a couple hours, but not at Victoria Station, might he stop by to kill a couple hours at a hotel or a shop? Just going to look at a tea shop around 37 Southwest or something like that. There is a hotel there, the Grosvenor Hotel. We had that come up in a previous thing. And there's a Cosmopolitan House, but he's got a suitcase, right? Like, is he really going to walk with that suitcase very far? Let's just look up in the directory. This is sort of a... I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I just want to look up if he's got time to kill. That's quite a bit of time to kill, right? 5:22, he gets there at 2 p.m. He's got a train at 5:22. That's 3 hours. Like, what is he doing for 3 hours? Do we know anything more about him? No. If he didn't have that suitcase, I'd be a lot more inclined to believe he'd take a nice walk. There is a park a couple blocks away. Let's see if there's any pubs near him. 76 Southwest. How far away is that? Too far. Some restaurants. You could go get lunch. 82 Southwest. That's a cafe. That's too far for him. I don't even see it, but it's got to be too far. It's here. I don't know. Seems unlikely, but maybe. 48 Southwest. Where's that? Be much more inclined to think you would go get a coffee like right next door or in Victoria Station. 48 Southwest. There. That's too far. Settlement house. What is a settlement house? People get settled. They don't go to drink. We don't know anything else about him, right? He didn't have broken shoes. No reason to go to a shoemaker. Tailor. Tea merchant. Tea merchant? Tea rooms. No, none in this neighborhood. Tobacconist. Does he smoke? We don't know anything about him smoking. All right. So, just for the hell of it, I'm going to check this hotel, these two hotels, and this place here. What's Carlton House? Russian embassy? Do you think he's Russian? What's Carlton House? I don't know what it is. All right, I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to look it up. All right, we're just going to quickly check 69 Southwest. If these aren't things, they don't penalize us, so it's okay. 69 Southwest, no. That was the Grosvenor Hotel. Now we're going to try the Cosmopolitan Hotel, no. And 82, no. Okay, so he just must be hiding in Victoria Station. It's a big station. It's easy to hide. Studies it, throws it away. All right, so he's going to get on that train. So the real question for us is, what's this out here? Oh, that's Sherlock Holmes. The real question for us is, do we get on that train, which is going to use up almost all of our time, or do we think that the S and the T are going to need to be done first? Like, is the fact that we haven't done S and T, found those things, are those things we were supposed to find before this part? It feels to me like they are. Like, we've encountered them so often and so much on early stuff. And it feels like this is the end game to me, getting on that train. On the other hand, like, it feels like maybe that T should have come up like way early. And maybe it's not important, but it came up in so many different places, asked for that T. And some good places too, right? But maybe at the 6-hour mark, we should get on that train and find out. It's possible that when we're on the train, we'll get T for train. And then we'll be able to back up to all these things. It feels like we're going to solve it when we go on that train. Here's something in the comments. From Rebecca Minnick. Settlement houses were organizations that provided support services to the urban poor and European immigrants, often including education, healthcare, childcare, and employment resources. That's right. That's what settlement houses were. There's a whole movement of settlement houses in the 1800s and so, like big charity organizations to create whole community centers for people to get educated. And all right, do we have any clues who this old man would be? No, I think we're going to get on this train. I'm afraid it's going to be the end of the game before we have a chance to find these letters, but I guess after 6 hours we should do it. If we're wrong, if that decrypting guy was wrong, we're going to waste all of our time. But let's do it. So we're going to get on the 5:22 train from Victoria. Is everyone okay with that? I mean, this is the time to speak up. If there are any other leads you want us to track down before we do it, like, what don't we know? We don't know how that woman coordinated with this guy, but we're assuming that that's sort of before our game. right? We don't know her name. We know she lives out in the country because we took a train to track her down. Do we need to reread that note about that thing about her? Like, when we found her out? She bought a ticket to Chelmsford, which is where she lives. And how did we... This is 120 Southeast. 120 Southeast. We arrived. That wasn't it. What was the... We followed her, right? We took a train. We took a train to follow her, and where did we end up? Nine EC says train. Is that right? Bought a ticket to Chelmsford. I'd really like to read that thing about how we hunted her down and found her in the tea shop. But what number was that? Does anyone care? Is it just me? Like what? She bought a ticket to Chelmsford. 231 WC. I think that was it. 231 WC. Yeah. Okay, so we alighted Chelmsford and make inquiries about a short woman in a bright blue hat. We track her down to Bentley's Cafe on Duke Street, where she is sitting in the window sipping some tea. We watch her for 10 minutes. She gets up and leaves. She's in a simple dress, a petite petticoat, and carrying no bag. If she did have the file, she doesn't anymore. We search the table. He doesn't know her. She didn't speak to anyone. We return to London. And then, if we had the tea... we have more to read. What was that tea? I really feel like maybe we missed it. Like we were supposed to circle it and we didn't. Did we try all these places? London Library, Encyclopedic Research. I just want to make sure before we do this, get on this train, because I'm afraid it's going to end it for us. All right, we're going to get on the train soon enough. The whole chat room's all having a revolt and saying going on the train. We're going to get on the train soon. We're going to get on the train. Men's shoes. Curiosities from the Orient, including carvings and bejeweled items. 40 EC. That's nowhere near her. I mean, if we could identify where she came from, but why do we care about her anymore? Only if she had some contact that told her what to do. All right, I'm going to look a couple of these just in case. She's some Boo Hat. Maybe she's some famous. She's not someone famous in London. Encyclopedic research. What about a hattery? You know, it's a very recognizable, famous hat. Is there possible? Is it? Were there? I don't see hattery. What do you call it? What do you call a place that sells hats? Haberdashery? What's that? Is it a hat store? Hattery? Department store. She's not wearing any jewelry, right? Just the hat. Prisons, printers, pawnbrokers, parks, shoemakers, tailors. Would a tailor make the hat? Check the chat. Check the chat. Haberdashery. It is a haberdashery. All right. Well, there isn't an entry for haberdasheries. But surely there's got to be a place that sells. There's furriers here. Doctors, jewelers, markets. I think those are for like foods and stuff. Shoemakers, tailors. Remember Pool and Company was at 10 EC. Should we drop by there to see if that crazy person is there? From our last case. Where is she found? She's found here. What if she bought that hat right before this whole thing? 16 Northwest. Where is that? 16 Northwest. It's not on her way, really. It's here. It really bothers me. Just gonna look up 16 Northwest just in case. No, it's not there. London Gossip, Society Gossip. London Police. We already tried that. Okay. Men's shoes. Curiosities from the Orient. Is it possible Blue Hat is from the Orient? 40 EC. Is that anywhere near anything of ours? What station did she go to home with in? She traveled to Waterloo, then she went to Liverpool, right? Mr. Willows, 40 EC. Let's go see what he has to say about that. Seems unlikely, but... we're just drawing this case out because I'm afraid to solve it before we get our 40 EC. Mr. Willows beckons us into his home and into a room lined with a variety of items. Here, he says in a low, whispery voice, is a stone hand from a cave temple in Bombay. And these are a pair of special knives from China. See how the two blades are curved and linked together so that one may place one's hand in the middle to grasp the weapon? There are 4 sharp striking points one can use on an opponent. We stare at the knives with a mix of fascination and horror. Do you wish to buy them? Asks Mr. Willows. If you want to spend 1/10 of your funds from Mycroft on the knives, circle the letter W. There's nothing called for W. It's like in this case, you could just buy some fun stuff. You can buy a briefcase, you can buy the knives. Okay, that's not relevant, but we have to throw away another thing here. So I do see something that seems like it would be useful for our case. But it seems premature, like maybe after we get to the country we do this. But let's look it up now to see if there's a letter. It says, a kennel has working tracking dogs for hire. Breeds for herding, tracking, and other such uses. 23 Southeast. I feel like this is going to be relevant to our case, but maybe too soon. 23 Southeast. Okay. Just off Goda Street in Pinchin Lane, a row of shabby 2-storied brick houses. We knock for some time at the door of the kennels, and eventually a face appears. "Beggin', are ya?" says the lanky old man, peering at us through a pair of blue-tinged spectacles. "You keep up this knockin', I'll open the kennels and let the dogs upon you." "But we are here for a dog, sir," says Wiggins. "We saw your advert in the Times." The man scrunches up his eyes a moment, then says, "Step in, but keep well clear of the badger. He bites." We walk into the small dark house and see a fat badger poking its face at us through the bars of a cage. And then, with a chill, notice glimmering eyes of other creatures peeping at us from all corners of the dimly lit place. "What kind of dog ye be wantin'?" he asks. "One that can track someone," says Simpson. "Ah, then you want Toby," he says. "He lives here, in kennel number 7. Toby is an ugly brown and white half-spaniel, half-lurcher, with a clumsy gait, who waddles out of his little home and stands calmly at our side. "He has a killer of a nose," the man tells us, "though if you want him to track, the trail must be no more than a day old. And you will need something with the person's scent on it. So do you want him for the day?" You can spend 1/10 of the funds to hire the dog. For the rest of the case, you will be accompanied by Toby. Circle the letter T. So that makes sense why there's so many T's. We've got the dog with us who can sniff out stuff. We begin by presenting the newspaper scraps. If not, go elsewhere. Okay, so I wasn't supposed to read that there was T, but we're going to hire that dog. We were clearly going to hire that dog. All right, well, we found our T. I knew that those scent tracking dogs were going to be for something, but I thought it was going to be that we're going to pull it out, a rabbit out of the hat at the end of the case and hire them to track down our guy. But we're going to hire the dog. So maybe you don't need to. Like if you have the dog, he helps you. Otherwise, you got to do it on your own. Okay, 23 Southeast. Okay, now I feel better. And I feel better about taking that dog on the train with us. T for Toby. That's right. That's right. All right, so we spent our 1/10 of our money. And we went to 23 Southeast. And we hired Toby. All right. Actually, it goes on a little longer here. So we hired Toby, we circled T. Okay, we're about ready to finish this case when we get on that train. Okay, so we circled T, and we're going to look up those things at T. But first it says, we begin by presenting the newspaper scraps and match to him, but the burnt smell appears to have obscured any remaining scent of the thief. Do you have circled M or Z? If not, go elsewhere. We do have an M and a Z. Circled M. We present the gloves to Toby. The brown gloves. I'm glad we stuck around and found Toby. So we present him the gloves. He emits a low whine, which we assume means he detects the man's scent. Now it says circle the letter O. Okay, we better keep track of this because all of a sudden we're circling a lot of letters. Okay. So we just circled O. He's got Toby's scent. All right. Yes. No. I've got a list of all the T's. We'll go back to them. Okay. Do you have circled the letter Z? Which we do. We present the handbag to Toby. Remember, we bought the handbag. We present the handbag to Toby, who emits a low whine, which we assume means he detects the woman's scent. Circle the letter X. All right, Toby. So we know when he emits a low whine, he's on the trail. All right, we circled the X. So we're going to have to go back and find our O's and X's. All right. We're about ready to solve this case with Toby at our side. I don't think the scent of the handbag, I think these things, the scent of the gloves and the scent of the handbag are just going to be helpful to confirm the people own the things. I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to help us get any further in the case. It's just going to be an extra little flavor with Toby confirming our theories. All right, so let's look. We got O and X. Let's start with O. O is 85 Southwest according to my notes. So if we return to 85 Southwest, that's wrong. There's nothing there. So what does my writing say? Maybe 8 Southwest? Is there something 8 Southwest? Oh, at the club. So we're going to go back to the club with the scent of the woman, I guess. Do you have O circled? We do. We present Toby. We've brought him back to the club. Back to the scene of the crime. We present Toby with the man's gloves, and he whines, but apparently detects no scent on Carlton House Terrace. It looks like Mr. Marby did not come out here, says Wiggins. Remember, it was a theory that Marby went out the back door. Toby says no. So we could have saved all of that tracking down of Marby, maybe. Okay, we've got X circled. Toby whines and then immediately moves under the window and sniffs the ground. He looks at us and yelps. He has the woman's scent, says Wiggins. So she was at this window, which we already figured out. Toby begins to move down Carlton House Terrace and leads us to the corner of the Diogenes Club where the street hawker reported seeing the woman at 12:48 p.m. From here, he leads us towards St. James Park and directly to the front of the line of cabs by the Admiralty where he sits down and barks. I suppose that means it's the end of the trail, says Wiggins. The walk from the corner of the Diogenes to the waiting cabs took us exactly 6 minutes. So it's actually great that we didn't find Toby early because then we were forced to figure these things out. Toby is almost like a little cheat system. Like if you go and you find the dog, he's telling us how long she traveled. He's confirming she was under the window. So Toby's just confirming all the stuff we know. Okay, so we went back to the Diogenes Club with O and X. What else have we got? That's the only O. X has a couple places. We've got 8, but we've also got the park. So let's go to the park with the scent of the woman and see what Toby has to say. T. Oh, we do have T. Okay. If you have a circled T, if not, go elsewhere. If you have circled X, go to 8 Southwest and do not count it as an extra lead. So we were supposed to go to... Oh. Yeah, we're supposed to go to... This is a... I'm just reading this thing. It says, do you have a circled... If you have a circled X, turn to 8 southwest, which is where we just went. Then there's a... Toby. Oh, I see. So if we hadn't found the X, but we did have Toby when we visited the plumber. How did we... It's a little weird. It's Wiggins grabs a scarf from the plumber's thing. I took a scarf from the bag, says Wiggins, for Toby to smell. We present it to the dog, who whines and then begins to sniff the ground, presumably tracing the man's journey in reverse. We leave the park and go to the German embassy, then back along Carlton House Terrace and down Pall Mall to the Baldwin Card Club, where he stops briefly. From here, he leads us through St. James Square, up Shaftesbury Avenue, and to 36 North Oxford Street, where a sign says Scampy & Son Plumbing. You may now choose to read the club and Scampy this up. So basically, if we hadn't tracked the plumber through his normal ways, Toby backs up the plumber all the way back to his shop. All right. I'm not I didn't quite follow. I guess if we hadn't tracked the plumber down to where he was, then we could use Toby to track him down. But since we did, it didn't need us to read that. What else have we got? There's the park. All right, 21WC. We're almost ready to get on that train, guys. 21WC. 21WC is... Oh, it's Charrington Cross Station. If you have a circled X, turn to 110WC. Toby whines at the pavement on the corner of Villiers Street and the Strand, and then leads us directly down Villiers Street and into the main entrance of Charing Cross Station. He must be following the scent of the woman with the blue hat, says Wiggins. Toby leads us to a spot near the station entrance, a few yards from a station guard. He runs out of the station, towards the Strand, and then back down again, and takes us directly to the edge of a platform. So I suppose that means she came directly into the station, stopped for a moment near where that guard was, went a short way out of the station and back, then boarded a train. It says, for scoring purposes, this entry counts as a lead. However, if you have not previously visited Charing Cross Station, or if you want to catch a train, you may turn back and do not need to count it. I guess we're supposed to count it. So what's this part about she leaves and comes back? Oh, she chased the kid who stole it, and then she came back. Okay. All right, so that's all of our T's. It was just Toby helping confirm stuff we had already figured out, but it's kind of cool to see how he would react to all this. And 66WC, we already did that, presumably. Yes, that was the thing. All right, we're ready to get on that train. Is everyone ready to get on the train? Maybe there's another dog. I don't think we're ever going to have needed Toby. I don't think we need him on this train, but maybe he'll give us some extra information. I thought there was another one, but okay. Let's get on that train. Let's figure out how we get on a train from 37 Southwest. Okay, do we want to take a train from Victoria Station? It costs us another 1/10 of our money. What if we ran out of money? We almost have, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is our seventh shilling of 10. All right. Take the time of the train you want to catch, which is 5:22, which must be later than the time it's currently written, which is 4:30, and look up that number in area northwest. So if you want to catch the 447, look up 447 Northwest. All right, so you want to take up the 522 Northwest. And we were allowed to read that whole thing. Oh, and here's another T. I guess maybe I didn't write down all the T's. Oh, 37 Southwest. Okay, so here's another, while we're there, getting ready to board the train, we present Toby with the note from the safety deposit box. He does not respond. There's clearly not enough scent on it. Well, the man only held it for a minute or two, says Wiggins, so we actually don't have a scent of that guy. Now we better make sure we're not missing a T at the house. Let's just check out that hotel to make sure there's no scent for Toby to pick up at the hotel where the guy stayed. 22 WC. Not according to my notes, but maybe I didn't write it down. 22 WC. No scent for him. But what about the briefcase? We had a chance to buy a briefcase, didn't we? Those guys wanted to send us a briefcase. Sell us a briefcase. But it is the scent of a briefcase. Oh, I wonder. Should we buy that briefcase? Let's just see. If we go to 88 Southeast, we talk to them. Do we want to spend 1/10 of our funds to buy a briefcase? What do you guys think? I mean, I know my answer since we have the cash, but what if we run out of cash? So we're going to buy the briefcase just in case Toby can track down the scent of that briefcase. Train at Victoria. Since we have some extra cash, buy briefcase. He's traveling with the briefcase, yeah. So it says for us to circle the R. I thought that was just one of these fun things, like we were allowed to buy the knives. I thought, oh, just buy a nice, I mean, it's nice to have an extra briefcase. A nice fancy briefcase, but maybe Toby can. So there's no place that needs it yet, but maybe when we get off the train, Toby can sniff out the briefcase. All right, here we go. So we're at Victoria Station. $522 train. So 522 Northwest. Here we go. We're getting on the train, guys. If this decrypting guy got it wrong, we're going to be not happy. We could ask Sherlock Holmes about it, but everything, there's so much riding on this. Sherlock Holmes did have something to say about the note. He's just going to tell us, right? All right, I'm going to go talk to him about this note just because it's so dangerous. I don't want to get on this train. Okay, so circled Y. This is Holmes talking to us. The man studied this note for a minute or two, says Holmes, so it is clearly some kind of code. He is not going to Birmingham. It would be advisable to consider all the ways in which one may indicate a specific train or a specific destination. So Sherlock Holmes is just giving us a little nudge to decrypting the note too, which we could have figured out on our own, but we paid the decrypting person to do, which is going to cost us on our score. 522 Northwest. Here we go. We're boarding the train. What if it wasn't here? All right, are you guys ready? Note down the time, 5:22 p.m. We run to platform 1 where the 522 to Weymouth is due any moment. That is the train we wanted, right? Victoria Station 5, Weymouth via Brighton South. Okay. How many leads have you followed so far? 1 to 12 or 13 plus? Well, 5. Oh, we're not gonna, we've definitely done 13 plus. So we're gonna miss the good ending. So if we did 1 to 12 or 13 plus, if you have circled C, remember to deduct 4 from your total. We didn't circle C. All right, so we're well past that. The 522 to Weymouth departs just as we arrive on the platform. What? Through the window, we can see a tall, bearded man carrying a briefcase who wanders along one of the carriages and then takes a seat. So close to our goal, we cannot concede defeat. Circle the letter F. What? We missed the train? All right. Circle the letter F. There, I think Sherlock Holmes has something to say about this. Now look, if we were close to 13, I might fudge it after 6 hours. But we're like, like 30 past it. So we missed the train. All right, it's very hard for me to avoid reading this. Maybe we'll read it after the case is over. But we circled the letter F. Let's go to Sherlock Holmes and see what he says about the letter F, about us missing that train. I think he was the one who had something to say about F. Yes. Here's Sherlock Holmes. It sounds like he is our man, Holmes mutters. Our quarry was lucky you were not just a few moments earlier. He thinks for a moment. If only there was a way to catch him, or perhaps alert someone else to apprehend him for us, or wherever he is. So we can call the telegram to catch him. But before we do, I wonder now, like, we know he's going to Southampton, right? So it's 5:22. I'm wondering if there's another train at another station going to Southampton. Boy, would that be nice. 5:22, that's the last train from Victoria Station. It's now, we were told to write down 5:22, so we can't get anything earlier than 5:22. 5:22 goes to Brighton, Southampton, and Bournemouth. Where's Brighton? Is Brighton a station that we could actually rush to? There's no Brighton station. By the way, I lived in Brighton for a year. That's when I studied abroad. Okay. Guess what I see? Another train going to Southampton at a different station. David Neal, you little trickster. Okay, no, we're not sending the telegraph. We still have a chance to replace that. Oh my God, I didn't even think that the briefcase might be our way to swap the files. I was thinking Toby might spell it, but now I realize we've got a copy of the briefcase. How perfect is that for swapping? Okay, so he got on the 5:22. We figured out it was the second stop with this Southampton. Now, I'll bet we're going to learn here that there's big delays on that Victoria station. There are currently delays of 1 hour on the Victoria to Brighton and Waterloo to Brighton lines. That's the line he's on. So he's on a 1 hour delay. That train is a 1 hour delay train before he gets to Southampton. Now, looking at the other trains, we've got another train going to Southampton. The Waterloo station has trains at 5:47, Exeter via Brighton to Southampton. And I'll bet yesterday's delays on Waterloo to Southampton line have all now been cleared and normal service resumed. So our Waterloo trains are running on time, whereas he just got on a Victoria Station train that's experiencing delays because of this torrential rainfall. All right, let's just make sure we don't want to get on the wrong train here. So it looks like we could get on two of these trains, either the 547 or the 558. Let's make sure we don't get on one with a delay and make a mistake. All right, I don't see anywhere else going to Southampton after 5:22 p.m. Okay, so we're gonna go to Waterloo Station. We're gonna get on one of these trains. But now let's see. We've got two choices. We've got the 547 Exeter via Brighton to Southampton. And this says yesterday's delays on Waterloo to Southampton via Basingstoke, the Stoke-on-Trent to Liverpool Lane, and Ipswich have all now been cleared. So actually, the 547, boy, this is tricky. There's two trains going eventually to Southampton from Waterloo. The first one leaves at 5:47, but I don't think that one's delays have been solved, because there are current delays of 1 hour from the Waterloo to Brighton, which is where we want to go. Current delays of 1 hour in the Victoria to Brighton and Waterloo to Brighton lines due to damaged tracks. So we don't want to go on a straight Waterloo to Brighton. Waterloo to Brighton. And that's the 5:47 p.m. So we don't want to get on the 5:47. But the 5:58, which is Bournemouth to Basingstoke and Southampton, is the one that had delays yesterday and don't have it anymore. So we get on the 5:58. That's 40 minutes after this guy's, but his is delayed for an hour. So I think we're going to make it. All right, so final decision. 5:58 p.m. from Bournemouth via Basingstoke. Have been cleared. Okay, so we want to go to the Waterloo Station, which is 37. So 37 southeast. Okay, do you want to take it 1/10 of your funds now? Do we still have money left? What if we don't have money to get on that train? I'm pretty sure we do have just barely, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've spent 80% of our money, 8 of our 10 shillings. So we're going to spend our 9th shilling or train at now. If we didn't have that money, we would rob someone for that money and get on that train. Unofficially. All right, so we're going to take a train from Waterloo. We're going to take the 5:58. So we look it up in EC. 5:58 EC train to Southampton. And it says if we have S circled, read the text below. But that was the previous time we were at Waterloo looking for the woman, and they say he's talking to Barry. All right, so here we go, 5:58 EC. I mean, worst case scenario. Okay, do you have a circled F? If not, you find nothing. I guess that was what we just found at the... Was that just where we lost him in the train? Yeah. We alight at Southampton and wait at the station. Eventually, the train from Victoria, which had been delayed due to the damaged tracks, arrives at the platform. Spreading out, we each watch a different section of the train. And as the passengers disembark, Simpson signals us. He has seen the tall man. We gather and watch as the man walks over to a bench, sits down, and removes a notebook from a coat pocket. He opens it with one hand, all the while keeping his other hand rested on the briefcase at his side. If you have a circled R, that's the fake briefcase we bought. Turn to 518 EC. If not, you have to turn to something else. Okay, so we have the circled R. We have the briefcase. How great was that we bought that briefcase? Okay, 518 EC. This does not count as a lead for scoring. I guess we went on the train. We got to add that. We take the bag we bought from Robertson Perfit and put the fake file from Mycroft inside. Simpson strides up to the man and pulls out some boxes of matches. "Afternoon, governor," he says. "Finest matches in the country, right here. Take a ganders at those." He thrusts them in the man's face. "No," replies the man, and reaches up to hit away Simpson's hand. As he does, Tinker, who is crouched behind the bench, switches the bags and runs back to where we are waiting. The man returns his hand to the bag at his side, apparently unaware of the switch. "Okay, governor, sorry to bother you," says Simpson with a bow, then joins us. "Great works, lads," says Wiggins. "Mycroft will be flabbergasted that we pulled this off. You have recovered the file. Turn to the questions and solution." So we didn't need the dog, but we did need to buy that briefcase. It's good we didn't have to spend all that money on the dog. We barely afforded it. How do you like that? And those kids came through with the little switcheroo, those little sneaky kids. I guess that's us. We're one of the sneaky kids. All right, let's turn to the questions. But first, shall we have a little 1-minute break while it's really a break that we could just sit here together in silence. We don't need for me to turn down the timer, but I do feel like we should, it's appropriate to take a pause. So let's take a 60-second pause here while we just sit and appreciate what has happened here. So I'm going to wait 60 seconds if you want to go get an Oreo or heat up your tea. This is your time. Yeah, we're just going to sit here and bask in the fact that we'll talk about all the cool things, but I'm just happy we bought that briefcase in the end. That dog didn't seem like he made it on the train with us. Did everyone solve the clue from the last case about cold weather? How long do these videos stay on YouTube? Will it be like a decade and someone will be looking this up? Someone will find this game in their attic because it was their uncle's game and look up on YouTube and find this? Or will no one be watching non-3D videos in 20 years? Okay, I guess that's over a minute. All right. Here are our questions. Do we need to recap the case before we look at the questions? I guess we do, officially. It's like we're in for a penny, in for a pound. 7 hours. Unless the stream cuts off. But we think it's 8 hours. All right. So Mycroft, who's this government spy, was dozing in the Diogenes Club, which is a fantastic club where you go to not socialize. He had a secret file. He woke up to smoke filling the room. He opened the windows. He went to open some other windows. He went back. The room cleared. His file was gone. Someone had reached in when he had opened the windows. They found evidence of a newspaper that was burning with some matches. It was clear what had happened. Someone threw a smoking paper in through the window. The smoke filled the room, and when he opened it up, they reached and grabbed it. Mycroft says this is pretty common, that this is like a last-minute attack of opportunity to steal this file. They may have been planning it, but they didn't know exactly how they were going to do it to the last minute. And so maybe that explains why at the last minute those matches had been bought. So they found matches. They knew they were handmade matches. They went to one of the kids, who's one of our Baker Street Irregulars. He said, yeah, I recently sold a pack of these matches to, here are 3 people that could match your situation. They bought it recently. They all had newspapers. There was a guy in overalls and tools. He turned out to be a plumber. We tracked down his alibi. It was all kosher. There was a guy with a fancy orange cravat. He turned out to be a womanizer who had multiple dates, but we tracked him down via several different ways. Wasted a lot of time tracking him down. He went on several dates. He wasn't our guy. There was a woman in a blue hat whose timing was perfect. She, turns out, had a newspaper early, and then eventually we saw she didn't have it. Like, everything lined up for her. We ruled out the other 2. She was the last one, and everything about her lined up. We traced her path, which was very short time window when she was spotted leaving the area around the Diogenes Club, getting in a cab near St. James Park, taking that cab only a few blocks away to Charing Cross Station, then with this big purse that could hold the stuff. Then her purse was stolen at Charing Cross. She had very little room to hand off stuff. We thought she might have handed it off to someone, but her purse was stolen. She chased it down. Then she said, don't worry about it. So she wasn't that concerned. Then she got on her train. We recognized the little kid who had stolen her purse as one of these little street urchins. We followed him to his bric-a-brac swap meet store. With a little bit of bribery, he admitted to us that, yes, he had stolen it. Actually, he didn't want to admit that. But he hadn't stolen it. She had hired him in the morning to come steal this purse eventually. When he did, at a very specific time at around 1 p.m. So we knew that she had planned for her purse to be stolen. We still thought that she was the one who stole the file, but that she must have handed it off. Then we wasted some time tracking her down. She took a circuitous route and many different paths. And we started to put together that these people who organized this theft knew that they might be followed, so they were just trying to lead us on a wild goose chase. Then we got stuck. We didn't know how she could have handed off this file. We thought, could she have handed it to the plumber? Could he be involved? But it really didn't seem likely. And then we remembered this was our first crucial breakthrough. We remembered that the cabbie who dropped her off at Charing Cross Station said he dropped her off very precisely at 1 p.m. and he assumed she was going to Charing Cross Station. That's looked where she was going, but he had another ride, and so he just drove off without paying much attention. Then we realized, wait a minute, maybe it was in the cab that the swap occurred. So we went and asked the cabbies, what about the 1 p.m.? Did you have a 1 p.m. fare right after you dropped her off? And he's like, yeah, I did have a 1 p.m. fare, and it was this tall, bearded guy and he pushed his way into the carriage, like he was very insistent about getting on. He had a suitcase, whatever. And he had a bill from the Carlton House, the Grand Hotel. So then we went back to the Grand Hotel. The people did recognize this guy. They gave us the name he was operating under, Bernard Floor or something like that. Said he gave an address of Cambridge. And his cab driver said they took him to Victoria Station. We had a little bit of a mishap over understanding where Victoria Station was, getting that wrong. Then when we did trace him down, the station master said, yeah, he opened a safety deposit box and read a note and then threw it out. We went and found the note. The note looked like it was written in code, perhaps, and the station master said he studied the note for 10 minutes, so we knew it probably was a code. We also got told by the station master that an old man had put that note in there the day before. We remembered that there was a cryptographer ad in the newspaper. We went to that guy. It was a Belgian cryptography guy. Cost us quite a bit of money, but after some while working on it, he said, yeah, I cracked the code. It's the time of a train and the stop number, which we probably could have figured out if we had worked harder at it. So then we thought, I'm leaving aside the part about where we went and found a dog that could have helped us give us some more flavor and nail down some of the quotes. We didn't really need that. So we figured out what train this guy was going to get on. And it was several hours ahead. We tried to look for where he might be hanging out, but we couldn't. We get to the station and we miss our train because it took us so long following other leads. We see our guy in the train leaving the station. That was an aspect of the game that we took too long to follow leads, so we missed our train. If we had gotten there quicker, we could have gotten on that train with him. We went back to Holmes to commiserate the fact that we had missed this guy, and he said, well, you might be able to alert the authorities about it, or if there was another way to get there, where he was going. We knew about a late-night telegraph station we had followed in the newspaper. So we knew where this guy was headed, and we knew we could send a telegraph to Southampton, the second stop, and have him arrested. But in the beginning, Mycroft told us, look, if the best you can do is find who had the file, that's great. If you can stop him, even better. But really even better is if you could swap these files. Fake file for the real file. Then we remembered that the newspaper has this whole interesting thing at the bottom where it's talking about the delays on the different lines. And then it's got this thing about certain delays from yesterday aren't in effect anymore, got fixed. And so then the part about Holmes saying maybe there's another way to do something to find him. So then we realized, well, are there any other trains going to Southampton? And we looked up, and there, from another station, not from Victoria, but from another station, there are trains going to Southampton. Now, they're later trains, and our guy just got off on the 5:22. But when we looked at the whole description of delays, we saw that the train he was on from Victoria Station to Southampton is experiencing 1 hour delays. Then the Waterloo Station has 2 trains going to Southampton. Now, we had already followed some false leads, so it was getting late in the day. It was already 4:30 p.m. or 5:22. No, 5:22 because we missed a train. So we had to find a train after 5:22 that got into Southampton earlier. But we did. We found 2 trains to Southampton. The earlier one, though, wasn't on the line where the delays had been fixed. The later train, the 5:58 train, was on the line that the newspaper says they had cleared up the delays. So we were about to get on the later train when we realized, wait a second, there were some fun parts throughout the thing. We went to a Chinese shop where we could buy these nice weapons, and there were a couple other places where we could buy things. And we had, near the end, hired this dog who could send stuff out. And we remembered, wait a minute, we tracked down his briefcase, and we know he bought a fancy briefcase from this shop, and they offered to sell us one. And we laughed about that at the time, like, oh, okay, this is a good way to embezzle some of Mycroft's money. We could have bought a briefcase. Obviously, we didn't. There was no point. But it did say to circle R when you bought it. So then I was thinking, oh, maybe the dog can send it out. So we went back to the shop before we got on the train and we bought a copy of the same briefcase that the guy got. Then we went back to get on the train and then we realized, wait a second. Now it makes sense. It's not that that briefcase is going to be the scent for the dog. It's that it's the perfect vehicle for swapping. So we actually got on the train. We got there early. We staked out the place, all the bunch of kids, and they spotted him. And then they pulled this little switcheroo where one kid went up to him and was like, "Hey, buy some matches." They distracted him. The other guy, it was true, it was to swap. The other guy swapped, put the fake file in the new briefcase, swapped them, and then we solved the case. So here we are now ready to answer the questions. Okay, which of the three customers stole the file? We know it's the lady with the blue hat. So did I miss anything in the recap? It felt like it took a long time to recap that case. So lady in the blue hat was the one of the three customers who stole the briefcase. Who did they pass it on to? Well, we know they passed it on to Bernard, the tall, bearded guy in the cab. To which city was the second recipient taking the file, and what time train did they take? So that was the 5:22 to Southampton. And not, obviously, he gave a false address, so it was good. We realized it's not really going to Cambridge. Victoria Station didn't have any trains going to Cambridge. Okay, 4. Have you recovered the file or helped the police to do so? Yes, we have. Yes, we recovered it. Did you manage to swap the file? Right at the end we did, right? Right at the end. And so yes, we swapped. Okay, so then we've got some side questions. The man in the cravat, here's second. The man in the cravat had prearranged meetings with two people. Where did he meet with them? One was at the British Museum and one was at the National Museum, something like that, right? British Museum and National Gallery. National Gallery. What event was the first person he met going to? Remember, she said she wants to go tobogganing, like that's when they split up at the museum. She was going to the Jubilee, right? That's our newspaper. Told us about that. Where did the man in overalls come from? Well, we know he came from the Plumber and Son, and we know he went to the German embassy after he went to the card club. So Plumbing and Son. Where was he going and why? Okay, we know his whole route. The dog tracked it and we tracked it. He was told to deliver an invoice to the club, then go to the German embassy to fix their plumbing problem, and he took lunch at the park. Right, so the club, the German embassy, and then he had lunch at the park. Okay, so it looks like we got all of these. Now we read the envelope for the solution, and then we're going to read 2.5 pages of story, which we already know the answer to. But okay, so first series, it was the woman in blue, which gives us 20 points. She left in the carriage. She took to Charing Cross. Tall bearded man with the briefcase. That's plus 20. Got that right. Southampton plus 20. At the 5:22 train, that's another plus 20. We got those right. If the files had been recovered, we get plus 20 points. That's us. If you swap the file, we gain an extra 20 points. All right, so we got a perfect score there. Second series, British Museum and the National Gallery. That's another 20 points for knowing both of those. So the fact that we did follow him through his whole path actually got us some extra points. She was going to the Royal Jubilee. That's another plus 10 points. We know he came from the Scampi and Sons. That's 15 points. And then German embassy to repair the damaged pipes. That's plus 50. All right, so we got a perfect score here. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 150, 165, 180. So our score was 180, plus we lose 5 points for each lead beyond what Holmes took. So let's just count up all these things. I mean, essentially it's going to be a 0. I'm surprised that we didn't get a score differential for money left over, but maybe that's to come. All right, so we answered everything perfectly, and now we are going to read the solution from Holmes, which is a bit superfluous, but we can see how fast Holmes solved it. We are gathered back in the strangers' room of the Diogenes Club. Mycroft is sipping a glass of whiskey, his face a picture of relief. The file is in his hands. Excellent work, he says. You have served your country well today. What is the file, Mr. Holmes? Asks Tinker. Mycroft chuckles. I suppose I owe you something to satisfy your curiosity. I cannot give the complete details, but this file contains some speculative designs by an engineer named Bruce Parrington. He's a man unrivaled in his profession, and I have no doubt the technology he proposes would have a powerful influence for good or ill. Now, I'm sure you exerted your mental and physical faculties greatly to track this down, and I would very much like to hear about it. Of course, brother, says Holmes. The first step was to study the scraps of burnt newspaper. Simpson saw the man in the cravat stop outside the Criterion Club, whereas today's newspaper informs us the Times is available for purchase, which suggests that it was the Times he was carrying. A visit to the Criterion Club confirmed that he had indeed bought the Times there. They sell no other newspapers. We found that out too. However, although it appears the burnt scraps could come from a copy of the Times, a closer study shows that this is not the case. There is no full stop after the S, and the font is not quite the same. So we were lazy. We did not figure that out. That's a shame. So shame on us. So it wasn't the Times. It was probably like the Times of Southampton. Okay. There's no full stop after the S, and the font is not quite the same. Shame on us. Referring to the directory of newspapers, we find there are two other newspapers which contain the letters MES in the title, the Sporting Times and the St. James Gazette. The apostrophe following the word James is missing from the scrap of paper, but it would be where the burnt section is. To the top right of the S, the office of the St. James Gazette is listed at 89 Southwest on Piccadilly, the direction the woman in blue hat was seen to have come from. A visit to the office revealed that a woman in the blue hat had bought the newspaper earlier, so we were so desperate to find where she came from, but we never did. And if we had tracked her down a little, I remember we did look up in the news, but then we thought, well, she would have bought it at a newsstand, not the news production. Okay, so a visit to the office revealed that a woman in a blue hat had bought the newspaper earlier in the day and confirmed that the burnt scraps were from one of their newspapers. So she was carrying the type of newspaper used in the theft. That would have helped us be really sure that she did it. The fact that the man in the cravat was carrying the Times indicated he was probably not the thief, and based on the information in the newspaper about the flooding of the German embassy and the location of Scampi & Son Plumbers at 36 New Oxford Street, it also seemed likely the man in overalls was simply a plumber on his way to a job. All of this was enough to make the woman the initial suspect of inquiry. So same thing for us, but we had less to base it on. So this woman in the blue hat was seen by your operative to walk towards St. James Park. At St. James Park, no one recalled seeing her passing through the park, but there was a line of cabs at the end of the row of trees near the Admiralty. The woman passed the corner of the Diogenes on Carlton House Terrace at 12:48, an approximate 5-minute walk from where the cabs were lined up, meaning she would have caught a cab around 12:53. At the Central Carriage Stables, I was informed she had indeed caught a cab and gone to Villiers Street near Charing Cross Station. A curiously short distance to travel by carriage, is it not? We had the same thought. Especially as she could have walked from the Diogenes to Villiers Street in almost the same amount of time. This oddity made me more convinced that she was worth investigating, but I did not immediately realize its full significance. Neither did we. Putting it aside, I went to Charing Cross Station to ascertain what she did next. She stopped in the station for a time, so was clearly not in any haste, and while she was standing there, her handbag was taken by a young street boy. Then she caught the 1:12 p.m. train, and curiously, she did not seem very concerned about the loss of the handbag. I sensed a deliberate ploy to put anyone pursuing her on the wrong trail, which would also explain why she stood near to a guard when her bag was taken. Oh, she wanted to be noticed, so that he would see it happen. Yet she was carrying nothing else and not wearing a coat. It also occurred to me at this point that such a distinctive blue hat was a strange choice of clothing for a thief who wished to escape unnoticed. We had the same sort of thought, though we thought maybe it was more complicated. Assuming she was the thief, and the newspaper and her strange behavior indicated that she was, it appeared that she wanted to be followed and also wanted the guard to see her handbag being stolen. I realized she intended for both her handbag and herself to become decoys for her pursuers, leading them away from the location of the file. We concluded this, but we did waste some time tracking her anyway. So, she must have somehow passed the file to an accomplice, says Wiggins. Precisely, Wiggins, says Holmes, and very soon after stealing it. And then I realized why she had taken a carriage a short distance and alighted on the corner of Villiers Street rather than immediately outside the entrance to Charing Cross. We thought that was suspicious. Because the corner of Villiers Street was the arranged point at which her accomplice would wait and take the same carriage. The carriage in which she had left the file. I remembered that the cab driver, Reggie, had said that someone else had taken his cab as soon as the woman exited. Aha, says Mycroft, an excellent ploy, and I once used something similar myself in an operation involving a flintlock pistol and a Cossack dancer. The younger Holmes raises his eyebrows, then continues. Returning to the central carriage stables, I discovered that the man who took the carriage at 1 p.m. had pushed someone else out of the way to get inside, further supporting my theory. He was a tall, bearded man with a new Roberts and Parfit briefcase who took the cab to Victoria Station. Now, of course, there was one important stop before going to Victoria Station itself. Robert and Parfit, says Simpson, to buy an identical briefcase to put the fake file inside. He's saying this is what he did. He bought the fake briefcase. Bravo, Mr. Simpson, says Holmes. At Victoria Station, I discovered the man had access to the safe deposit box, which was now empty. He had removed a piece of paper which read, David, see you soon in Birmingham, 2nd. There were no trains from Victoria to Birmingham, which we noticed as well. We noticed there were none to Cambridge, but none to Birmingham. We didn't even bother. We knew it was fake. And the fact that the man studied such a short message for some time suggested he had been working out some detail. I knew it must be a code referring to a train and a destination. The code itself is simple, of course, and the key is the punctuation, which is the same as that used in the train timetables. Counting the letters before and after the colon gives us 5:22, which matches the time of a train departing Victoria. I proceeded to the platform where the 5:22 was due and concocted a ruse to distract the man while I swapped his briefcase with the one for the fake file. But Mr. Holmes, says Simpson, what does the 2nd at the end of the message mean? Good question, Simpson, replies Holmes. As I say, the key is the punctuation. On the timetable, the section after the dash is the list of stations. So 2nd was telling the man to alight at the 2nd station, Southampton. If when I arrived at Victoria the man had already caught his train, I would have proceeded at once to Waterloo, where there was a train to Southampton at 5:58, is what we did. Because of the current hour-long delays on the Victoria to Brighton line, my train would have arrived before his, allowing me to swap briefcases in Southampton. It is lucky you and your irregulars are quick, Sherlock, says Mycroft. If you had missed the 5:22 and 5:58, your man would have got away. Not quite, responds Sherlock. I had one more recourse in mind. Knowing the thief was headed to Southampton, I would have gone to the telegram office at 37 EC and sent a telegram to the Southampton Constabulary describing the man and telling them to apprehend him for the British government. So if we had missed all those other things, we could have sent the telegram. Where the man had been just prior to taking the carriage from Villiers Street would have furnished me with more details on his appearance and the current name he was traveling under. Ah, yes, Mycroft nods. Sometimes the official forces have their uses. Indeed, brother, the younger Holmes smiles. It has been an invigorating day. Now we will let you return to your periodicals and your solitude. Mycroft nods and leaves the stranger's room for the quieter areas of the club. Holmes fills his pipe with tobacco. It is a curious fact, he remarks, that one so ensconced in his own isolated world exerts such influence over the lives of the British people. Simpson hands Holmes one of his matches, and the detective strikes up his pipe and takes a puff. And the strangest thing is, he adds, that they will never even know his name. So Holmes would have solved the case in 9 leads, so we would subtract 9 from our total of what we would spend and lose 5 for each of these others, assuming we forgot. And it says if you circled C, what is circled C? We could have hired a bicycle. There was a bicycle ad in the newspaper. I wondered if it was right. If we hired the bicycle, we could cut our time down. So we would have deducted 4 here. But otherwise, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18 times 5 is 50, 40 is 90. So 90 minus our 180. So we actually got a score of 90, which is not terrible. And we spent almost all our money. So that was the case of the 3 customers. It's 7 hours, 24 minutes. We've been recording. So I guess broadcasting a little less. 7 hours, 20 minutes, 7 hours, 15 minutes. So what a case, right? We got stuck quite a bit on that case where we hit dead ends and we didn't know what to do. And we had a couple of breakthroughs that were incredibly satisfying. The handoff of the... Wait, let's back up. So you can see why this would be a frustrating case that you could get lost in and get stuck in. It had a couple of escape hatches. Like, when in doubt, go to the newspaper. If you had hired that dog, he would have helped you solve a bunch of things. We did miss tracking down where that woman came from, which is shame on us that we didn't study that picture of the burnt copy of the Times and notice that it was actually different. And so there's the, if we look at it, I guess we could look at it. There's the burned picture. The Times, he said the font was a little different. And he said something about the punctuation. So if we look at the Times, there's the newspaper. So look at how the font, boy, that font's pretty similar, but the S is a little different. And the Times newspaper has a full stop, has a period after the S. So we might have noticed that and then said, what other newspapers have Times in it? Track down those things. So that's very nice. But this gets back to one of the things about we said about trust in the designer. Like if you saw that, okay, there's no period after the S. You have 2 possibilities, right? Either the designer and publisher is fallible, is not perfect, and maybe they forgot to put the S. Put the period, or you say, wow, maybe that's significant, and you go chase it down. And this box has just proven that the designer, there's a lot of trust in this designer. And that's wonderful that that little detail right on the first clue, we should have known to track that down. And we tried to track her down. We tried to track her down, but we just gave up a little early. And then the other thing that was so satisfying about this case, I mean, these are not easy to write. I mean, imagine the skill that goes into writing a story like this. But those things where it's like foreshadowing. We saw that she walked down to the park, took a cab, and we thought, wow, that is it's weird to take a cab for such a short distance. And that really sat with us. But we weren't sure what to make of it. Like, how do we use that information? And then we said, well, it took her a couple minutes. We calculated, we were able to measure how long the times. There was a lot of working with those times to figure out, well, okay, if it took her 3 minutes, then she would have gotten a cab at this time. And those were satisfying. But then we it wasn't clear to us why she was taking this cab so short a distance, but it was feasible. It didn't look like it would. It looked like it would save her a couple minutes. And then again, that little foreshadowing about how the guy's like, I don't see exactly where he went because I had another customer. Then at some point, many hours in, we realized, wait a second. If it was stolen here and she had it here, she had to have traded it somewhere in between. All her times were so tight. That's when we realized it was probably in that carriage that she traded it. We went to the cabbie. We found, we've gone over it, but that was extremely satisfying when we figured that out. And then we followed her a bit. We knew she was taking us on a wild goose chase, but we followed her anyway just to see where she was going. Then we came back. We kept running out of leads. We ran out of leads where that guy was going. Then we started to break. We found so many places where we went and we weren't ready. We're missing the evidence to follow through. That probably means that we did things a little out of order, a little out of the predicted order. We had some very cool little side stories about this guy, Mabry, who was going on multiple dates. But just ways of eliminating him. We had the 2 people that were eliminated. And then the flood broke loose when we discovered the bearded man and the coded message, which we didn't have to solve on our own. We knew about the code breaker in the newspaper. There were a couple red herrings that threw us a bit. And then the other super cool thing that happened is we tracked him down on his train. We figured out what train he was getting on. We were very tempted to call the telegraph several times. Then we finally decided to go on his train. We almost got on the train. Then we remembered, let's get the briefcase. We didn't quite put the final piece on that puzzle, but we knew at the back of our mind to get the briefcase. We found the dog eventually. That was a little side mission, side quest. And then we missed the train. And that was so cool that we missed the train because it was a mechanic of having taken too long. And it felt like, wow, is it really going to not let us get that best ending? And Sherlock Holmes gave us a little bit of a hint, just enough of a little tease, like you guys could send a telegraph. He didn't explicitly say, but he was hinting at telegraph, but then he gave a little hint about another way to catch him. And that's when our understanding of the newspaper kicked in and we remembered certain lines were delayed, certain lines weren't. That was just enough for us to find another way to get to Southampton. And then that super satisfying end when we switched the briefcases. So yeah, I would say 7 hours. That's the longest Sherlock Holmes case I've played. And the best one I've played of all the cases in the original box and this box. You can see why Dave Neal said that some people got really frustrated with this case and gave up and didn't like it, because you could run out of time. If you weren't careful about doing things, it could be very frustrating that you don't get the ideal ending. We got lucky in some sense that we did get the best ending. But wow, was that satisfying. The persistence paid off. The little twists, the events, it felt like we were actually operating in real time a bit. And to be able to pull that off with this old system, and some very tricky elements added to the system about how you have to look up times and spend money and get on a train and how time ticks by. So you run it, you're advancing the clock. I mean, that's a pretty masterful, complicated use of this paper and pen system. But boy, was that satisfying. And the thing where we could spend his money and we actually ran out of, we had like $1 left, £1 left. And we could have run out of money and run out of time. And the fact that some of the money we could spend, we could have bought that knife, no purpose. There were a couple other places we could have bought stuff. We bought the purse. We really didn't need that purse. That we gave it to the dog to smell. He helped us a little, but he was just a little, there were some very clever catch-up hint mechanisms in this game regarding the bicycle, regarding the dog, regarding Sherlock Holmes. There were very few places we thought should have there. In fact, I don't remember any places that we thought should have information and didn't. Very little use of the informants. But boy, was that a masterful case. Now, if you went and did some wrong leads and got the worst ending, I can see how it would be a little frustrating. But yeah, I mean, that's a 10 out of 10. That's the best Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case I've ever played. Super, super, super satisfying. I don't know if anyone will watch this whole thing, but I hope if the premise of this channel, at least the long playthroughs, was that there may be people who want to play these cooperative games who don't have someone to play with and realize they're never going to play this for whatever reason. Either they're not going to put in the time, they don't have the time, or don't have someone to play with, or whatever. And that maybe by playing the whole thing from start to finish, reading everything, that you could sort of have some of the experience, join us at the table and have some of the experience. And boy, this was a real experience. And I hope, maybe one person in the next 10 years will watch this and say, okay, I wasn't ever going to play this, but I got a little bit of the pleasure by joining you at the table for it. So to that one person in the next 10 years, it was fun playing this with you. And I hope you guys, if there are people who just stop in and watch some of it, and to my friends who were here for most of it, thanks for joining. And we'll see you for the next case. Oh, I forgot I was supposed to. Okay, guys, see ya.